Hello folks, welcome to my course Ansible for DevOps Beginners and System Admins. In this lecture, I will walk you through what do we cover in this training. In this training, I concentrated more on lab sessions rather than theoretical. And also I try to explain theoretical points when it is necessary while doing our lab sessions. So that helps you to understand concepts clearly. I have used a playbook that is Apache HTTPD throughout our course. Whenever I discussed about a new topic, I try to introduce those concepts in that playbook so that you can understand how different concepts works collectively. So now let's jump into our course and see the course content. I am on my Udemy course page, Ansible for DevOps Beginners and System Admins. Once you complete this course, you can able to write Ansible playbooks and roles. And requirements are you should have basic Linux knowledge. Let's go to course content. This is the course content. We have multiple sections over here. First section is introduction. Here I talked about what do we cover, what and why Ansible, how Ansible works, and some basic resources to start. We need an AWS account, and if you need my playbooks, you can clone it from the GitHub repository, and also some useful documentation links I have provided over here. Then preparing Ansible lab environment. In this course, we are going to use AWS EC2 instances as our VMs. So I have shown you how to prepare a system, how to install Ansible, set up an RHEL managed node and managing the server through Ansible. That is what it's covered over here. Then Ansible components, Ansible ADAC commands, inventory, Ansible.cfg file, Ansible modules. These are covered in this section. Next, Ansible playbooks. Writing our first Ansible playbook. What is the syntax, how to write, adding additional nodes. Addition to our RHEL server, I have created two more systems. One is Amazon Linux, another one is Ubuntu. Those are added here. Running playbook on these three systems. Understanding the output, like what is okay, what is change, all this stuff is covered over here. Then modules. Some of the useful modules which we need for this training is covered over here. Multitasks in playbooks. So here we have seen how to install Apache on RHEL. Here we are going to run multiple tasks in a single playbook. Same thing, how can we install on Ubuntu system? And from now onwards, I have used this playbook to incorporate whatever concepts we are going to cover in the below sections. Then notify and handler, how we can use it and how we can incorporate that one with the Apache playbook. Next, gather facts. What is gather facts? How does it work? Then conditions, when condition and uninstall. We are going to use when condition with gather facts. How both together does work. Again, we are incorporating these two with the Apache playbook. Then lists and with items. Next, Ansible variables. What are the different ways of defining Ansible variables? What are the most commonly used ways of using Ansible variables are covered over here. Then additional concepts like converting shell commands into a Ansible playbook. So here I taught how we can write our Ansible playbook if you know the shell commands, how we can find appropriate modules, how to use syntax. All this stuff is covered over here. Addition to this one, tags, error handling is discussed. Then Ansible vault. So what is the Ansible vault? Why do we use encrypt, decrypt? All this stuff we discussed over here. And also I have used Ansible vault with Git. So I kept Git password, but I would like to encrypt. If we encrypt, how we can use, that is covered over here. Then Ansible roles. Ansible roles introduction. Adding more tasks to our Apache playbook so that we can understand how roles does work. Once it is done, we are converting that into a role, how we can execute roles. Then whatever playbooks we have written, how we can push those into GitHub repository. I thought it would be necessary to know if you are doing this one, so I have added this. Then bonus lecture. Here we are concluding our lecture and also exciting offers about other latest courses. So this is the course content we are going to cover in this training. Hope you got a fair idea about what do we cover and what you are going to learn in this training. That's all for this lecture. In next lecture, we are going to see what is Ansible and why we should use Ansible. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see what is Ansible and why we should use Ansible. If we see the definition of Ansible, Ansible is radically simple open source IT automation engine. So it is a open source and it helps us to IT automation purpose. Now what Ansible can automate? Ansible can automate configuration management. Means we can update configurations of the servers by using Ansible. So what kind of configurations? Let's take an example that we have provisioned a new VM. After VM provisioned, we need to do some of the prerequisites before handing it over to application team or database team. In those cases, we need to create some of the users, some of the packages we should install, updating the system, enabling the monitoring, enabling the backup. All these kind of activities we should do. Nothing but we are updating configurations of our system. This can be done by using Ansible. Provisioning. It means creating new resources. Ansible can help us to provisioning new resources, creating VMs, creating cloud instances, creating Docker containers or Kubernetes pods. All this can be done by using Ansible. This is already covered in my other course, that is Simple DevOps project. You can check it out. Application deployment. We can deploy applications using Ansible. Applications like jar, var, exe, any kind of applications can be deployed in the application servers using Ansible. This is also covered in my DevOps project. Next, orchestration. Orchestration means executing tasks in the sequential format. Let's take an example that I want to enable monitoring to my system. To enable monitoring, first I need to update the system, then install required packages to enable monitoring, restart the system. If we assume this is the procedure, these steps has to follow in the sequential. If we change the steps, it may not work as expected. This we can call it as a orchestration. Ansible can do all this stuff. Now why we should use Ansible? Because same activities can be performed by some other tools, right? But if we take Ansible, Ansible is simple. Why it is simple? Ansible use the YAML format. YAML format is quite simple and human readable. And no special code skills are required because the indentation for the YAML format is just spaces and colons. It is quite easy to learn. Then tasks executed in order. Whatever code we write in Ansible, those activities are executed in the sequential format. Next, it is powerful. Why it is powerful? Because we can use it as a configuration management, application deployment, provisioning, orchestration. Then agentless. This is the one of the major advantage because it is going to use OpenSSH. You don't require additional agent and there is no additional headache to restart your agent whenever we update some configurations. And it is secure. Why? Because we are using OpenSSH. Apart from this, it is efficient because it is going to use the default agent which comes with Unix platforms, that is SSH. And also it is a push-based mechanism, nothing but your clients just sit idle, your Ansible server going to push all the changes onto target systems. It consumes very less resources in the systems. I mean to say you can run some applications in your Ansible system as well. It is open source. You don't need to procure any licenses until you need privileged services. Otherwise we can use it for free. It is flexible. Why it is flexible? We don't need to maintain different tools for different purposes. Like for application deployment, one tool, configuration management, one tool, provisioning, one tool, orchestration. So we don't need to maintain different tools for different purposes. It is a single point of tool which can do all these tasks. That is the reason most of the industry use Ansible. Thanks for watching. In next video, we are going to see how Ansible works. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how Ansible works. If you see this image, here we have a system called control node and we have few other client nodes. So control node where we usually install Ansible. So wherever Ansible is installed, we call it as a control node. And this control node is going to manage so many clients. These clients we call it as a managed nodes. And control node is going to manage these nodes using SSH. Control node should have access to these client nodes or managed nodes. That is possible through passwordless authentication. So to manage these nodes, we should enable passwordless authentication. If once passwordless authentication is enabled, then only control node can able to manage these nodes. Now we'll see what are the components are there in Ansible. So first component is inventory. Inventory is list of the server's information or managed nodes information. Assume that 3 nodes we have over here. These 3 nodes information is updated in the inventory. If these 3 nodes information is not updated in the inventory, it cannot able to manage. So all the nodes which are managed by control node should be updated in the inventory. If it is not updated, even though you enable passwordless authentication, it cannot be managed. Next component is playbooks. Playbooks are the actual tasks which you need to execute on the target systems. Let's take an example that we want to create a user on the all client systems or managed nodes. So how to create a user, which user you should create, that information is updated in the playbook. On which servers we should update, that information is available in inventory. Okay. Next component is module. So modules usually used by tasks. So tasks nothing but the activity what do you want to do. These modules are shipped with Ansible while you are installing. Most of the useful modules comes while you are installing Ansible, and so these modules are used by Ansible playbooks. So these are the major components on control node or Ansible master server. Now let's see what is the terminologies we should use in Ansible. First one is control node. Control node nothing but any mission with Ansible installed. As I said, wherever we install Ansible, that we call it as a control node. Next one, managed nodes. The network devices or servers you manage with Ansible. So whatever is managed by Ansible, those systems we call it as a managed nodes. Inventory, as I said, a list of managed nodes what are managed by your Ansible. An inventory file is also sometimes called as a host file. So whenever I say inventory or host file, both are same. Next, module, the unit of code Ansible executes. Each module has a particular functionality. So this is a piece of code which is executed by Ansible while running our playbooks. There are hundreds of modules which comes with Ansible. Those we call it as a predefined modules. Even we can create custom modules, but that is not scope of this training. Next, tasks. Usually the unit of action in Ansible. Action nothing but what is the activity you want to do. That we call it as a tasks, and task use modules. Next, playbooks. Playbooks are ordered list of tasks. Usually we keep all the list of tasks in playbooks and we can execute playbooks. So these are the terminologies we should learn about Ansible. That's all for this lecture. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to talk about how we are going to set up our lab environment for Ansible. If you see here, we are going to set up a control node which runs on Amazon Linux, and it is going to have client nodes like RHEL managed node, Amazon and Ubuntu systems. I am using 3 different flavors. Why? Because Ansible can able to do or perform tasks on any of these operating systems. And we can still set up a control node on RHEL server itself. And also please remember that you cannot install Ansible on Windows. It should be installed on Linux. But your client systems can be Windows. So to set up, first I'm going to set up Ansible control node, then RHEL as a client mission, Then I'm going to enable passwordless authentication between these two and add RHEL server in the host inventory file of Ansible so that it can able to manage. Same thing I will do on Amazon Linux. I will create a server, enable passwordless authentication and update the information in inventory file. Same thing for Ubuntu also. Okay. Once this is done, we are going to execute our Ansible commands. Alright, thanks for watching. See you in the next video and we'll set up our Ansible server. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to prepare our system to install Ansible. So before installing, first we need to launch an EC2 instance. Then set up hostname. It is optional, but for better understanding while changing the screens, it is useful. Create ANS admin. A separate user to manage Ansible is a best practice. So I'm creating ANS admin, but we can create any name relevant to our particular project or our convenient. And add user to sudoers file because this user should have root privileges to perform some of the tasks. Then generate SSH keys so that we can use this to copy onto client systems and manage passwordless authentication. Then enable password-based authentication. Because AWS servers by default password-based authentication is disabled, we should enable it. But if you are setting up your environment somewhere else, it is not necessary. Then install Ansible. So before installing Ansible, we should do all these steps. Let's jump into AWS console to create an EC2 instance. So this is my AWS account and I'm using London region. And you can see a service called EC2 under compute. This is where we can provision instances. Go to EC2. And this is the EC2 dashboard. And to launch instances, we can go to instances or we can go to running instances. Either way would be fine. Go to instances. We don't have any instances, so we can create by using launch instance or here itself. Let's go to launch instance. Here we have multiple flavors of Linux operating systems and Windows as well. So this is Amazon Linux 2, Amazon Linux, Red Hat Enterprise, SUSE Linux, Ubuntu, and few other flavors are there. But as I discussed, I am going with Amazon Linux to install our Ansible. So I'm choosing T2 Micro because it is free tier eligible. So if you are using a single instance for entire month, it is free, but we are going to use multiple instances. At least we can reduce our cost if we go with this one. So let's go to T2 Micro. Higher capacity is not needed because it is a test environment. If it is a real time, maybe we should go with higher instances, depends upon how many clients it is managing. Nothing to change here. Next, add storage. 8 GB would be fine. Next, add tags. What is the name we want to give for this server? Name, Ansible control node. This is the name I am giving. Next, creating security group. We are going to create a new security group. Let's name it as a Ansible SG. Ansible SG. And for time being, port number 22 would be fine. But in later point of time, we need port number 80, that is HTTP. And also port number 8080, that is custom port. So I'm opening now itself whatever is required. So these three ports are required. Please make sure that you are opening these three ports. Next, review, launch. And while launching, we should create a key pair. I'm creating a key pair. Key pair is used to log into system. I'm naming it as a Ansible. And whenever you are creating a new key pair, you should download it. Download. Once it is downloaded, you can see here it has been downloaded and it is PEM format, and launch it. That's it. Our instances get ready in couple of minutes. Let's go to view instances. So currently it is in pending state. Let it come into running state to access it. Alright, we can see it is in running state. Let me refresh it. Yes, it is in running state. And you can get the IP address of this system over here. This is private IP and this is public IP. You cannot access your system with the private IP. You can access it only with public IP from outside. And this is the one of the software to log into your system, that is MobiXterm. Instead of MobiXterm, we can still use Putty as well, and few other tools are there. Whatever is convenient for you, you can use that one. But in this course, we are going to use MobiXterm. To log into the system, go to session and SSH. We are doing SSH and copy the IP address. Go to advanced. Use the private key because we have downloaded the key pair. We should use that. So this is my key pair. I'm loading. And username, it is EC2-user. OK to connect. So it is successfully logged in and you can see Amazon Linux 2. Let me increase the font size. First, so we have launched the system. Next step is we should set up a host name. So host name, Ansible control node. Okay. And if you want to see, okay, we should be root to do this one. I'm becoming a root and let me execute the same command. Okay. So I have set up the name, but it is for temporary. If you want to make it as a permanent, we should edit the etc hosts file. Okay. Sorry, etc host name. Okay. Here we need to update our host name. So this is the default host name. Let me remove it and add it. That's it. Now if I log in again, duplicate tab. You can see here your Ansible control node is going to appear, right? So that is how we can do. But if you want to do it from same session, let's become a root again. You can see your host name. Now we set up the host name. Next thing is we should create a user. I'm creating a user called ANS admin. So user add is a command to create a user. Then set up the password PASSWD ANS admin. I'm giving password also ANS admin at 123. ANS admin at 123. Okay. Because it is a temporary purpose, that would be fine. But in real time, we don't keep such kind of passwords. Next step, let's go and see. So created user, add user to sudo's file, then generate key and password based authentication. Now let's add this user to sudo's file. For that, vi sudo and shift G to go end of the file and come up. I am adding under root here. You can add this one in any location, ANS admin, and we should have all is equal to all no password. Okay, so this is what we need. Now let's save it. After that, we should generate keys for our ANS admin. So let me switch as a ANS admin. So this is to switch as a ANS admin. Now my user is switched from root to ANS admin. Let me create the SSH keys. SSH keygen is a command and nothing to give as a input, just give enter. Alright, now it's created a keys. So keys are stored under .ssh directory. There is a .ssh directory under home directory. And if you see here, there is a public key and private key. So we are going to copy this public key onto target systems, and private key is like a key which is going to use to connect with this public key, right? So we have set up keys, and one last thing we should do, that is enable password based authentication. I am exiting back to root because it requires root privileges. Let me clear the screen. vi/etc sshd underscore config. This is the file. If you open this file and /password, this is how you can search for this particular pattern in the vi. Go here, You can see this is password authentication. Currently yes, but it is commented it out, and same entry is there, password authentication no, it is uncommented. So it is taken effect. That is the reason we cannot able to log in as a user. So let me uncomment this one and comment this one. So from now onwards, I can able to log into this system by using password. After doing this one, we should restart the service. Service SSHD restart. Okay. So I have restarted. Now I have enabled password based authentication to log into this system. That's how we can prepare our Ansible system. So all prerequisites are done. In next video, we are going to install Ansible on this system. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous lecture, we have prepared our Ansible system. In this video, we are going to install Ansible on this system. Before installing, let's go and see the steps what we should follow. I have updated this in our GitHub repository. Let's jump in. So this is my GitHub repository, and there is a repository called Ansible. If I go inside, and you can see a file called install Ansible on Amazon Linux. And if you follow these steps, so prerequisites is we need an Ansible EC2 instance. Once it is done, we should install Python, then Python pip, then Ansible. Okay, these two we should do first, then Ansible. Once Ansible is installed, Ansible -- version to check the Ansible version. And user add, we have already done this one, and this also, that is adding user to sudoers file, generating keys also done. Next thing, copying keys onto target system, but we haven't set up the target system. We will do this one later. All right. Now we should install Python. Yum install Python. Yes. Next, yum install Python pip. Yes. All right. We have installed Python pip. Now clear the screen. It's set up to install Ansible. Pip install, because Ansible we are installing using pip. Pip install Ansible. Okay. So it is installing Ansible. All right. Ansible installation is successful. You can see the version Ansible 2.9.2. We can check that one, Ansible -- version. It will give the Ansible version. Okay. Next, you can see here config file none. Usually this configuration file we need it to manage our Ansible, but if you are installing your Ansible with pip command, you cannot get the config file, but we can still download it. The config file location is usually /etc Ansible. Under that location it will be available. Okay. So it is not there. That is the reason I am going to create a Ansible directory under /etc. Then we'll create this file. So let's create mkdir /etc Ansible. Okay. Once we go here, Ansible. Now here nothing is there because we just created. We are going to copy this config file. We can download it from the official Ansible website. So this is the documentation. You can see here, if installing Ansible from a package manager, the latest ansible.cfg file should be present in /etc Ansible. Possibly so and so, so and so. If you are installing Ansible from pip or from the source, you may want to create this file. Okay. And this is available over here. Let's go here. And this is the file. I'm just selecting the entire file. So I have selected this file, copy it, and VI file name is ansible.cfg. Okay, this is the file name. We just copied this file over here and saved it. Now if I go ansible.cfg more, yes, you can see the stuff. Okay. Apart from this, we should have one more file, that is host file. So we can create it by using touch and hosts. Okay, so two files we have created, and please remember we are not touching this one now. This is like a inventory file. As I said, all our managed systems information we should update over here, but we haven't created any managed nodes yet. We are going to create it and will update over here so that our Ansible can able to manage it. Clear? That's all for this lecture. In next video, I am going to show you how to create managed nodes. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to set up Ansible managed node. So initially we will go with RHEL server. Later we are going to add Amazon Linux and Ubuntu. So these are the steps we should follow to manage our control node. First thing is set up EC2 instance, then set up hostname, create ANS admin user, and add user to sudoers file, and enable password based authentication. And we don't need to create the SSH keys over here. Alright, so let's go. So I am on my Ansible server. Let me create a RHEL server now. For that, launch instance. And let's go to RHEL. Nothing to change here. Here as well. Server name, RHEL, control node. Okay. Security group, existing one, Ansible SG, and you can see here, these are the ports are opened, and launch it. This time we no need to create a new key pair. We can use the existing one itself. So I am acknowledging that I have this key pair with me. If you don't have this key pair, it is difficult to log in. That's it. We have created new RHEL server as a control node. Sorry, it should be managed node, not control node. Okay. And currently it is in running state. Let me take the IP address and login. Session SSH. I'm loading my key pair. And the user, it is EC2 minus user. Okay. And whatever we have done for the master node, same things we should do on this system as well. So first let me become a root and let me set up the host name. So RHEL managed node. Okay. So it is easy to remember. So this will be take effect only the after restart. So host name. For temporary, I'm also setting up RHEL managed node. Okay. Sudo su minus. This is RHEL managed node. That's it. Now we'll create a user here. User add ANS admin. Set the password for this. ANS admin at 123. So you should keep the same password across the environment. If you change it, it is difficult. So create same user and same password. Once this is done, you no need to generate the key pairs over here because it is managed node. From the remote system, we copy the key pairs, but we should enable the password based authentication. For that, /etc ssh sshd underscore config and search for password. And here also same, we need to uncomment this and comment this. That's it. One last thing, we need to add this user to sudoers file, that is vi sudo shift g, and you can see here EC2 minus user So this is how we need to do. Anyway, I'm adding here itself O to insert mode, ANS admin, and same alignment I'm going to do. Alright, so that's it. We have set up our client system. Now I would like to manage this client system with Ansible. For that, we should update this server IP address on Ansible. How to do that one, we'll see in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. So far we have set up our Ansible control node and RHEL manager node. Now we should establish connection between these two. For that purpose, we should update this RHEL server IP address on the control node side. We have created a file called /etc ansible hosts. That is the inventory file. We should update there. Once we update there, and after that we should copy the SSH key onto RHEL server. Then we can able to manage our RHEL server. Let's go and do this one now. So if you see here, this is my Ansible control node and this is my RHEL server. Now I want to manage this RHEL server by using Ansible. For that, we should add this RHEL server IP address in the hosts file. Let's open this file and get the RHEL server IP. I'm going back to RHEL server, IP ADDR. You can see this is the IP address of our RHEL server and this is the private IP. Please use private IP because public IPs are keep on changing whenever you restart your servers. And it can communicate with the private IP within the environment. So you no need to worry. So now I have updated our hosts file with the single system. That's okay. Now to manage our Ansible, we should log in as a ANS admin because we have created keys over there. Those keys we should copy onto target system so that we can enable passwordless authentication. sudo minus ANS admin. And to copy SSH keys, we should use a command called SSH copy ID. This is the command followed by the IP address. Sorry, not this one. This is the IP, right? So this is the IP address. So, oops. So it is trying to copy, but it is not because we have edited SSHD config, but we haven't refreshed. If we refresh, then only it allows user login. Service SSHD restart or reload. Okay. I'm just reloading it. Now if I try, it will allow me to do the password based authentication. So first time I need to log in as a user. Yes, now it is asking for password ANS admin at 123, right? That is the password we have given. Yes. Now number of keys, one key has been added. Now if I try to log in to this system, okay, I can able to log in and it uses the ANS admin user. So yes, you can see here Ansible control node to RHEL server I can able to log in. Let me exit again. It means that I can able to communicate with my client system successfully without password. So that's all. Our Ansible can able to manage our RHEL server now. But usually we can execute Ansible ADAC commands. Before executing Ansible ADAC commands, let's understand what is ADAC commands. So this is Ansible documentation. If you see introduction to ADAC commands, an Ansible ADAC command uses the /usr bin Ansible command line tool to automate a single task on one or more managed nodes. So it is going to automate a single task. Task means some activity. So it is automate single task on managed nodes. ADAC commands are quick and easy, but they are not reusable. So to execute ADAC commands, it is quite easy, but those cannot be reusable. That is the problem with ADAC commands. But when do we use it? Whenever we have some task and quickly we want to execute and it is not reusable, then we can go with that. So ADAC command syntax would be something like this: Ansible, then patron, then -m and module name minus a module options. This is the adapt command syntax. So all Ansible commands starts with Ansible. Pattern, will discuss this one little later. Minus m nothing but module. I said that usually modules use in the tasks, right? So we are executing a task. That task is going to use a module. Now what and all modules are there? As I said, we have hundreds of modules are there. We are going to talk about modules little later. So for time being, we are going to use these modules. So to execute our adapt commands, we are going to use a module called ping and another module called command. Next stat, m, user and setup. These are the modules we are using through adapt commands. Let's go and execute first module, that is ping. Ansible, just use all. I will tell what this all minus m. So as I said, I'm going to use a module called ping. Ping is the one of the module, and whenever execute any module, this module is going to execute on the systems which are there in the inventory file. So in our inventory file, we have one host. So in that one host, it is going to perform ping test. So whenever it do the ping, it get the response as a pong if the server is fine. Okay, so you can see here ping, we got a response as a pong, nothing but it is successful on this system. Now what I will do to test it more clearly, I am going to edit our inventory file with one more server which is not exist. We'll execute the same command and see the output. So I'm going to edit /etc ansible hosts. Okay, sorry, sudo va/etc ansible hosts. So here I'm going to add one more server. So 172.31.30.141. Okay, this server is not exist. Let's save it and execute the same command again. Ansible all minus m ping. You can see here it is trying to check with the two systems. In 140 it is successful and 141 it is not successful. Clear? So that is how we can test our Ansible. Now again come back to our command Ansible all minus m ping. So as I said, ping is a module, that is the reason we are going to use m, and here all means whatever servers are there in this file. That is why whenever I kept only one server, it was pinging only one server. When I kept two servers, it is pinging to two servers. So here all means inventory file. In inventory file, whatever servers are there, all those servers do or perform this particular action. That is the meaning of that one. Okay. So that's all for this lecture. In next video, I will show you how to execute remaining all commands. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous lecture, we are talking about how to execute adapt commands. So we have seen ping command. Now we are going to see remaining all commands. So let's execute command module. So Ansible all minus m command. Okay, so module name is command. So while executing command module, we should provide an argument. That is, arguments we pass it as a minus a command. And what do you want to do? Usually command module is going to execute commands as it is. So assume that I want to just see the uptime of my system. Uptime is a Unix command, right? If you use command module, you can use the Unix commands directly. Okay. Now we'll see. You can see this system is up and running, and this system I cannot able to reach. Okay. That is how we can use command module, and instead of uptime, I want to execute a date. It executes the date command on both the systems, but it reach only one system, another system it cannot able to reach. And I want to just see who, nothing but who is logged into my system. Like this, you can execute any Unix command as it is if you use the command module. So currently two users has been logged into this system. Okay, that is how we can test it. Now let me clear the screen. We are going to do with the next module. So next module is stat module. Let's execute stat module. So now we are going to execute stat command Ansible all -m stat. Okay, stat module. But stat module requires an attribute, that is which file do you want to start, nothing but whether the file is exist or not, it is going to show us. So I just want to see path where the file exists. This file exists under /etc hosts. So I just want to see whether /etc hosts file is exist or not. It gives the information about this file. You can see here, this is the information about this file. Successfully it can able to retrieve that one, and this is some additional information, and another system it cannot able to reach. That is how stat command does work. Next command, yum. So yum is a module which is useful to install a package. Let's clear the screen. So Ansible all -m yum module, right? Now yum module is requires a attribute, that is which package do you want to install. So name of the package, name is equal git. I want to install git. So I'm installing git software on the target system by using the yum module. Now let's go and see here whether git is installed or not. So just I am checking with the git. If command is installed, it will give the syntax error, but if it is saying that command itself is not found, so it cannot give the syntax error. Now let's install it. So what happened? The command has to be run under root. Yep. You can see here it is saying that this command has to run under root. We are running this command as a ANS admin on the target system as well, so you cannot install. In this kind of situations, we can use a parameter called -b. -b nothing but become nothing but it is becoming a root. So let's execute now. So failed to connect to host 141, but our server is 140. Now yes, it's installed on 140, and you can see this. And if I go back this time and if I execute, yes, this time it is not saying that command not found. It is saying that syntax error. Nothing but I know what you are executing, but you are not executing in right way. Right? That is yum module. Next thing, user. We can create a user by using Ansible attack commands. Let me clear the screen. Ansible all -m user. Okay, I'm using a module called user, and we can create a user. So to create a user, we should provide a attribute. That's why -a, and name of the user, name is equal to John. Okay, don't get confused why I'm using name. How do I know? I will tell you when modules comes, but for time being, just use as it is. So I'm creating a user called John, and if I go and check whether user John is exist or not, just we can see this one easily under /etc password file. So last user is the ANS admin. So we are creating a user called John, and -b. Why? Because we should execute this one as a root user, otherwise we cannot create a user. So let's execute. Yes, it has been created a user called John, and group ID is 1002. Let's see again. Yes, I could see John user. Okay. Now if I re-execute this command, what will happen? So you can see the difference between the output. Earlier it was changed, and it is in yellow color. Okay, but this time it is just showing as a success and it is in green color. It means that if it is already exist, nothing to change, it comes in the green color and it comes as a success. If it is creating, then it come as a changed and it is in yellow color. Okay, that is how we can identify. So you can still see only one user. It cannot create one more time, right? That is the advantage of using Ansible. All right, next command we are going to talk about setup. Okay, this is one of the important module. Let me clear the screen. Let's execute the command Ansible all -m setup. Okay, setup is a module and it doesn't require any attributes and it gives entire system information of your managed nodes. So let's execute. Yes, we can see here this is not reachable. That's okay. And if we see this system, this is all the system information about our RHEL server. And if you see here, it is talking about processor cores and processor count, and it is Ansible product version Amazon 4.2. And you can see here Ansible node name, we have given RHEL managed node. Ansible OS family, this is one of the important parameter. We are going to use this one in our later sessions. Okay, please remember. And if we scroll up, it gives network information, CPU, memory, everything, whatever systems information is required, all that information retrieved from the remote system and displays over here. Okay, you can see here Ansible distribution, it is Red Hat, and Red Hat release, it is 8, Red Hat 8. All this information is there. Okay, that's all for this lecture, and these are the quite commonly used ADAC commands, and we are going to see you again in next video. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see what is inventory. If you see the definition, Ansible works against multiple managed nodes or hosts in our infrastructure at the same time using a list or group of lists known as inventory. So it means that Ansible can able to perform activities on list of servers or group of servers that we call it as a inventory. Inventory file is a collection of hosts or nodes which are managed by Ansible control node. So inventory file contains list of nodes or hosts. It is managed by Ansible. We can use a default inventory file or we can create a custom inventory file. Now, where the default inventory file does exist? The default inventory file exists under /etc Ansible. Under that we have a hosts file that is a default inventory file. Let's see how many ways we can define our inventory file. Hosts information can be defined in following ways. The default location of hosts inventory is /etc Ansible hosts. So this is the one we are using right now for our ADAC commands. Next thing, we can use our custom hosts file. Nothing but we can create our own inventory file in any location that we can supply while running our command by using -i option. I stands for inventory over here. And another way is define in ansible.cfg file. If you remember, we have created an ansible.cfg file. In that we can define our inventory file so that it will be treating the whatever file you have specified in this configuration file. While executing any Ansible command, your Ansible command requires some inputs, and if you haven't specified, it is going to take the default values from this ansible.cfg file. Okay. Now let's jump in and experiment about inventory file. I am on my Ansible server and I also logged into my Red Hat server. I'm going back to my Ansible server. If you see my Ansible screen, it is a polarized dark. To differentiate master node and client systems, I just changed it so that you can identify when I am switching my screens. Okay. So now if you see the default host inventory file, that is /etc Ansible hosts. This is where we have defined our list of hosts. If I execute any command, Ansible all -m ping, it is going to execute on the systems which are specified over here. You can see here these two systems, it has been executed. But I would like to create my own inventory file. Then in current location, I'm creating a inventory file. Nothing is there. So I'm going to name it as a hosts. And I'm adding only one server. I'm adding only one server. And if I cat it, you can see only one server. Now I would like to run this ping command on this inventory, not on the default inventory. In that case, we are going to use Ansible all -m ping and -i. That is what we were discussing, right? -i, our hosts file. So it is hosts. If I ping now, it is going to ping the server which is in this inventory file. Okay, it is not trying to ping to the servers which are mentioned over here. Now, if I don't specify again this one, if I don't specify, again it is going to take the default inventory file and ping it to the server. Okay. Now you may ask that why it is going to take the default inventory where it is defined. Actually, it is defined in the ansible.cfg file. That is the reason it is going to take the default inventory file. Now let's see the ansible.cfg file quickly. I'm just opening with more /etc ansible.cfg. So this is the ansible.cfg file. We are going to see some of the important parameters in this file. So one of them is, if you see defaults. Defaults nothing but if you don't specify any of these values while executing your command, I'm going to take these default values. Okay. Now if you see here, this is the inventory. It is commented out, even though you can see here it is /etc Ansible hosts. Nothing but if you don't specify any inventory file, I am going to treat this as a inventory file. That is the reason whenever we are executing our Ansible command, if we don't specify hosts file, it is going to take this file as a default inventory. Now what do we do? I don't want to take this one as a default inventory. Whatever I have created in my current directory, I would like to take this one as a default inventory. In that case, we can edit this ansible.cfg file with the new location of your inventory so that it is going to take that as a inventory. Let's edit this one. Sudo vi /etc ansible.cfg and let's uncomment this one and change it to our hosts file that is available under /home/ans-admin. Okay, this is the location it is available. Let me save it and clear the screen. Let me open the file again, more /etc ansible.cfg. You can see here I have changed my inventory file to /home ans-admin hosts. Let me clear the screen again and ls. If you see here, we have a hosts file over here as well as one more host file under /etc ansible hosts. Okay. Now if I execute my Ansible all -m ping command, this time it is not going to take this one. It is going to take this one. Why? Because we have changed in the ansible.cfg file to choose the host file which is available in my current directory. You can see here /home ansible hosts. That is what we have specified. We can use any of these two ways to supply explicit inventory file. If you want to use the default one, nothing to specify, you can update it in the default inventory file. But if we are using default inventory file, we have few challenges. Let's take an example that in our team we have 5 members and each guy is trying to execute his own playbook on different servers. If that is the case, you are updating the default inventory file with the servers which you want to do some activity through Ansible. Similar way, your colleague also trying to update the same hosts file with his inventory. If you execute some command without noticing that one, it is going to run on the systems which you specified as well as your colleague specified. So to overcome this problem, usually in the real time, we will create our own inventory. We never ever use the default inventory file. Clear? And the next thing is we can create a groups in the inventory file. Let's take the default inventory file itself. Sorry, I need to open with sudo vi /etc ansible hosts. I'm going to create a group. So to create a group, we need to specify in the braces. I'm going to name it as a RHL because it is a RHL server. And the next server is dummy. I'm giving it as a dummy because it really doesn't exist. Let's save this file. Now if we see, I have created two groups. One is RHL group, another one is dummy group. I can create any number of servers in the specific group. I can add few more. Here also I can add few more. Okay, there is no limitation. Now let's execute our Ansible playbook. Sorry, Ansible command, Ansible all -m ping. If I don't give any inventory file, it takes my local inventory, but I don't want to take this one. I want to give this one as my inventory. Okay, so let's see here what will happen. It is trying to ping the two systems which are there in this particular location. Okay, but I want to ping only RHL servers which are there in this particular group. In that case, Ansible, sorry, there is a typo. Let me update it. Okay, even though it is like that, it won't create anything. We can give any name to our group, but just to make sure. Now I want to ping only RHL server. In that case, I can give the group name over here. RHL -m ping -i hosts file. Okay. Now you can see here, it is trying to ping only the server which is there in the RHL group. Now let me give the dummy as well. It is trying to ping the servers which are there in the dummy group. But anyway, it is not reachable. Now you understood what is the meaning of all, right? So if you specify all, it means that it is trying to ping all the servers which are there in the inventory file. If you specify the group name, it ping only that group. Clear? Now I'm setting back my inventory file to default file. This is the default file, right? /etc ansible ansible.cfg. Okay, I have set it back. Now if I run now, without this, it will take the default inventory file. So it is trying to ping the dummy server. Clear? So this is how we can use inventory, and there are few other ways to use, but this is the mostly commonly used way of our inventory. So usually we don't use the default inventory file. We create a separate inventory file and we will manage that one. Alright, so from now onwards, I'm going to use the hosts which is created in my current working directory. Clear? That's all for this lecture. In next video, we are going to talk about ansible.cfg file. See you there. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to talk about Ansible configuration. If you do remember, we have created a file under /etc Ansible, ansible.cfg. So this is the file we are going to talk about. So whenever we execute any Ansible command, if we don't provide certain information which is required to execute that Ansible command, it is going to use some of the default information from this file. That is what it is going to do. If you see, in previous lecture we have seen that it is pulling the host's information from the default value. We changed and we tried it. Similar way, there are a lot of default values which it is going to pull whenever we don't specify while executing our command. Right? Let's open this file and see some of the important parameters which we are going to use. I am opening this file. If you see here, the first one is inventory. If you don't specify or if you don't provide any inventory value, it is going to treat this as a inventory file. Similar way, library, nothing but it requires some modules. Those modules it is looking over here. Module utilities, which are required for modules again. And remote TMP. Whenever you are executing some commands on remote system, it is going to use this as a temporary file to do some activity. Similar way, local TMP in local system. Next one is, this is the important one, forks. Forks nothing but at a time Ansible command can run on these number of systems. Assume that your inventory file have 10 systems. Ansible cannot perform activity at a go on 10 systems. First it will go with 5 systems. Once it is completed, then it go with the next batch. So it will go with batch wise, and the maximum number it is going to take it from here. We have specified 5. It runs only on 5. Then it will go with the next set of 5. If it is less than to that, assume that 8 servers are there. First it runs on 5 servers. Then next 3 servers. Next, this one ask pass. So while logging into the client system, do you want to ask me the password or not? If you change it to true, you need to provide the password while logging onto client system. Similar way, we have few other important parameters. That is, if I search for default, okay, you can see here, this is the default module to use when running the adac commands. So assume that while running our adac command, we don't provide any module. Then it treats command as a default module. We are going to test this one. Next thing, there are a lot of parameters, but whenever we want to use it, at the time we will come here and update and we'll explain. But one more thing, I'm just going to show you, yes, little bit up. Yeah, you can see here privilege escalation. In this, we have become false. Become false nothing but while executing any command, don't execute it as a root user. Execute it as a normal user, whatever user you are logging onto target system. In our case, we are logging onto target system as a ANS admin, and it execute all the commands as ANS admin. Next thing, become method. While if you want to become a root, how do you become a root? Okay, we are going to use the sudo. Become ask pass. While becoming a root, do you need to ask password or not? It is false, means don't ask password. So that is how this Ansible configuration takes the default values from the ansible.cfg file. Let's run some of the Ansible commands and we'll see how it is going to take it from this configuration file. So I'm just quitting this, clear the screen. Now, as I said, by default, whenever you are executing adac commands, if you don't specify any modules, it is going to take the command module, right? That is what we discussed. Now, we execute a command, Ansible all -m ping. I am using ping module on all the systems. So it's working fine. Now, what I will do, -m command -a uptime. So I'm just checking the uptime of all our systems. It is going to retrieve from this system. In next command, I'm not going to give -m. Nothing but I'm not specifying any module. If you don't specify any module, by default it is going to take the command module. You can see here it is still same output whatever you have used the command module. If you don't want to use the command module, you can go and update in the ansible.cfg file. Okay, assume that I want to use the yum module if I don't specify any module. Yes, you can do that one. Let's go and do that. Sudo vi/etc ansible ansible.cfg. I want to use the yum module as the default module. So let's search for command command. You can see here, yeah, command module name, default module name. I'm just uncommenting this and deleting it, and I will mention it as a m. You can see now I am trying to execute the same command. This time it is going to fail because you are trying to use yum module with the uptime. It doesn't work. Okay, but if I try to do the ansible all -a name. Okay, for yum module we need to specify the name of the package. I am specifying git. Anyway, we have already installed, but I am trying to do this one. And while executing this one on the system, we should become root. If we don't become a root, it is going to throw you an error that you are not a root user. Now you can see here, yes, it is executing command yum module, and this is saying that you should become a root. Okay, so that is the reason -b I am specifying. Now you can see we are trying to install it, but anyway it is already installed. Nothing to do. Git is already installed. Okay, Ansible is saying that I can't do anything. It is already installed. Okay, this is how we can do. So -b nothing but we are becoming a root. Even we can skip this one by editing our ansible.cfg file. We have seen become false, right? It means that while executing any command, don't execute it as a root. Now if I go and change the become to true, then I don't need to specify this one. Still I can execute the command. Okay, let's do that one also. Sudo vi/etc ansible ansible.cfg, and I'm directly searching for become, right? Become. Yep, you can see here privilege escalation. If I see, and this one I'm changing it to true. Okay, T should be caps, and uncomment this one. And now if I execute the command without B also, yep, without B I am trying to execute this command. Still it should not ask for the password, and whatever I have executed with B, same output I should get. Alright, you can see here this time also we got the same output even though if we don't specify B. Right? So this is how we can customize our ansible.cfg file. But it is not recommended to update default ansible.cfg file. We can create our own ansible.cfg file and we can add these values over there. Let's do that one as well. I'm setting back our ansible.cfg file .cfg. So we have changed module. So default module is command. I'm going to comment it out similar way. Become. So become should be, comment it out, and it should be false. Privilege escalation that we need to add as a header. Yep. Okay. This is what we are adding. Let's copy this one and vi ansible.cfg. I am updating my ansible.cfg file. Okay. Now become instead of false true. Okay. So now what will happen whenever I run any adac commands now, if it is executing as a ANS admin, but still it is going to execute as a root user. Let's execute the Ansible all -m. Okay, I'm using m module. I should use m module because now I have updated my ansible.cfg command with the command module. So -m -a name is equal to tree. Okay, tree is the one of the package which will display the directories in the tree format. Currently, let me execute the tree command. Okay, it is saying that tree is not there. Now let me execute it, and you can see here I am not providing -b option. It should able to take that value from here and it should install it. Yes, you can see here it has been changed, installed, and I haven't specified -b option. Now if I go and see the tree, okay, it is executing and it will displace the directory structure. If you want to see the how it works, you can see here tree, it has the directory structure. This is how it works. Anyway, so it means that it is taking the this value and remaining all values from the default configuration. So whatever explicitly you have provided, that it is going to take it from here, right? So it means that we can create our own custom ansible.cfg file and we can define our values. This is how ansible.cfg file does work. Hope you understood how the default configuration file works. In next video, we are going to talk about the modules. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see about Ansible modules. Hope you got a basic idea of what is module and how does it work so far, because we are already started using modules in our adac commands like yum, user, command, ping, stat. All these all are modules. Now let's go little deeper and understand how it works and what and all modules are there. A module is a reusable standalone script that Ansible runs on your behalf either locally or remotely. A module is a script which you can run through Ansible playbook behalf of you on remote system or local system. Nothing but in my system or on remote system I can execute the modules. Modules interact with your local machine, an API on remote system to perform specific tasks like creating users, installing packages, updating configurations, spinning up instances, and so on. So these kind of activities can be performed by using modules. Next, modules are the programs that perform the actual work of the tasks of a play. So we are going to write tasks in our further lectures. In the tasks, we are going to use modules. These modules are going to perform the actual task. That is about modules. And there is a very good documentation about modules in Ansible docs. We'll go and see that. So let's search for Ansible modules. Okay, I'm searching for Ansible modules. If you see here, working with modules, first link itself will take us to modules. And you can see Ansible ships with a number of modules called the modules library that can be executed directly on the remote host or through playbooks. And thousands of modules comes with Ansible while we are installing. Okay. And if we want to see the module index, nothing but list of the modules, we can go here. Yep. If you see here, this is all modules, nothing but whatever is there. But if you want to see the category wise, cloud modules, clustering modules, command modules. Okay, let's open command modules. We were working with the command module, right? If you see here, command module, along with command module, we have raw, script, shell, telnet. These all are the modules which are available under this section. And if I open command module further, you can see the detailed information about command module. So what are the parameters we can use in the command module? And if we scroll down, you can see the example how to use the command module. This is about the playbooks, how to use. So far we have used ADAC commands. So these are the examples. We are coming here and understanding the modules. This is how we can check it out. And if you don't know any information about any module, you can go and search in the Google. It will tell you whether relevant module is there or not. Anyway, we are going to see that as well. So this is all about the command modules. Similar way, whatever module we would like to know, all these modules are available over here. We can check it out. And we can see these modules which are installed on our system by using a command called Ansible docs -l. Okay, this command is going to display the list of the modules. Okay, you can see here so many modules are there under the description. And if I see, there are so many modules. Okay, I am skipping it, and if I see just WC, just to check out how many are there. Okay, around 3,300 plus modules are there, right? So this is about the modules. Anyway, we are going to use in our playbooks. So there you can understand more about modules. That's all for this lecture, and see you in the next lecture. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to learn how to write our first Ansible playbook. Before start writing our playbooks, let's understand what is playbook. There is a very good explanation in our Ansible documentation. Let's jump in. If you see here, what is a playbook? Playbooks are essentially set of instructions, nothing but plays that you can send to run on a single target or group of the target hosts. So usually we are going to run tasks by using playbooks, and those can be executed on the group of targets or single target system. Okay, and also there is a good explanation. I'm going to share this link in the resources section. Please go through with this, and it will be helpful for you. And most of the cases I'm going to refer Ansible documentation itself, because it is very nice documentation to explore more. And let's go back and see what are the instructions we should follow while writing our Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook is a text file written in YAML format and is normally saved as a .yml file. So it returns in a YAML format. Earlier, YAML stands for yet another markup language, but now they have changed it to YAML ain't markup language. The playbook begins with a line consisting of 3 dashes as the start of the document marker. So the playbook starts with 3 minus s. Okay, that is the starting of YAML format. Next, an item in the YAML list starts with a single dash followed by the space. So usually the statements which are written in YAML format are key and value statements. And it has the items also. Whenever we start any new item, it starts with a single dash. Initially in our playbook, it starts with 3 minus s, then it starts with a single dash. Next, hosts and tasks are mandatory items in the playbook. We should use the hosts nothing but inventory. While running our adac commands, we were using hosts, right? So similar way in Ansible playbooks also, we should use hosts and tasks nothing but activities which we want to do. Without these two, we cannot write a playbook. The playbook primarily use indentation with space characters to indicate the structure of its data. So the entire YAML format works with the spaces. Usually if you take Java, C, C++, so it has their own format. But YAML format have only spaces. So if you define your spaces appropriately, it means that your syntax is fine. Next, modules are used to perform tasks. If you remember, we were talking about modules in our previous lectures. So these are used in the tasks. Next, comment start with hash. So this is like another languages, it starts with hash. Now let's write a simple Ansible playbook with the command which we used earlier. So if you do remember, we were executing this command, that is Ansible all -m user -a name John -b. If you remember, this was the command we have executed to create a user. This is a adac command. If you see this command, the mandatory fields are all and m. So all means hosts inventory. If you don't specify any host inventory, it takes the default one, and module, user module we are using. Let's convert this Ansible adac command as a Ansible script. If we do that one, so first thing is we are going to create a file with .yml extension. That is the first point, right? So all the playbooks create with the .yml extension or YAML extension also fine. But it is not mandatory, it's up to us. Next thing, it starts with the 3 dashes. That means that the starting of the file. This is file name, this is the starting of the file. Next command, it starts with the minus. Okay. So an item in the YAML list starts with a single dash. So immediately it starts with the single dash, and there should be a space and hosts all. So same thing. Okay, we are specifying that hosts information or inventory information as all. So we are executing this playbook on all the hosts. Next thing, tasks. Okay, tasks is the another section in the Ansible playbook, and tasks and hosts both are in the same list, nothing but at the same position it starts. So what is the task we are doing? This one is the task. Creating user is the task. So to create a user, we should use a module, right? So we should specify the module. Now you can see here, every task starts with a minus. This task comes under to the task section. That is the reason it starts from here. And user name is equal to John. So the name of the user is equal to John. Next, become true. So why we need to mention this as a become true? Because this is creating a user. That is the reason we must become a root while creating user. So I can say this is my first Ansible playbook. This is how we can write. If you see here, these three are the same indentation because these three come under to the header section. These three belongs to same level. Whenever it comes to the task, it starts with under tasks, and this is how it will be. Right? Let's create this one and execute our first Ansible playbook. So I am on my Ansible server. If I see my present working directory, it is /home ANSadmin. But let me go to the /opt. Here I am going to create a directory sudo mkdir. I am creating a directory called Ansible. Okay. I am creating a directory called Ansible. Go inside to Ansible. Then I am creating our Ansible playbook. What is our Ansible playbook name? Before creating, let me own this directory because it is owned by root, right? Yes, it is owned by root. Let me change the ownership. chown ANSadmin. I am giving this directory to ANSadmin so that I can create files under this directory without any issues. Okay. To change also, I should use the sudo privilege. Alright, now this has been changed to ANSadmin user. Let me go inside and create the files. So the first file is create _user.yml. Okay, this is the file name. And as I said, it starts with 3 minuses. That means that this is a YAML format. Next immediate line starts with a single minus and space. So hosts, here we need to specify the list of the hosts. I want to execute this playbook on all the hosts which are specified. Okay, here also it is going to take the default host file, that is /etc Ansible hosts. Once this is done, I want to become a root, right? Because I want to execute this playbook as a root user, become true. Okay, become true. I am becoming a root user while executing this playbook. Next, tasks. So task section, here we are going to create a task. That is why it should start with here. Sorry, not here, here. So indentation, new indentation we are starting, dash space, our module name, user. So we are going to use a module called user, and user module expects the parameter called name, JOHN. Okay, we are creating a user called John. Now let's save this file and open this file. You can see we have created our first Ansible playbook. Let's execute it. But even though we execute, this user is already exist on the target system. Let me see. Okay, John is already exist. It is not going to create the user. Now to execute Ansible playbook, we are going to use a command called Ansible playbook followed by our playbook name. Ansible playbook followed by our playbook name. Let's execute it. And you can see it is executing first task, gathering facts. We'll discuss this one little later. It is trying to gather facts from the two systems, but only on one system it is successful, another system it is failed. Similar way, it is creating a user. You can see here task user module it is executing. So it is success. It is okay. Nothing but it is success. Sorry, it is okay means it is already there. And if I see here, you cannot see any changes. Alright, so this is how we can create our Ansible playbook. Hope you could able to follow me. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two more servers. In those, one is Amazon Linux, another one is Ubuntu system, and we are going to execute same playbook on those, and we'll see how does it work. All right. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Currently our environment is something like this. We have a control node and we have a manager node. So far we are managing only one manager node, but I'm going to add two more manager nodes. So total it would be 3 manager nodes and 1 control node. Here whatever steps we have done for the RHEL manager node, same steps we should do on Amazon Linux and Ubuntu. I will just run through those steps. So to set up manager nodes, first we need to set up EC2 instance, then set up hostname, create ANS admin user, add user to sudoers file, and enable password based authentication. Once this is done, we can copy the SSH keys, right? Let's jump into AWS console and launch these servers. I am on my AWS console. I'm going to launch new instance by selecting the launch instance. As I said, I'm going to launch Amazon instance. I'm selecting this T2 micro. And name, I'm going to give it as a Amazon manager node. Existing security group, that is Ansible SG, and launch it. Same key pair, launch it. So we have launched one system, that is Amazon Linux. Earlier also we have launched one instance, that is also Amazon Linux. We are using that as a control node, not manager node. Next, this time I am selecting Ubuntu server, T2 micro. Let's go with the default settings, and the name I'm going to give it as a Ubuntu managed node. Let's select existing security group and launch it. That's it. So we have provisioned two VMs. One is Amazon Linux, another one is Ubuntu. Okay, it is not taking because the tags, I think I need to edit. This should be capital name. Okay, save tag for this also. So N should be caps to take this one and display over there. Save. Alright, so we have launched two more systems. Now I would like to add these to our AWS control node. So before doing that one, we should set up these systems. Let's go to description, take the public IP address to log in. So this is my mobile extra. I have already logged into my Ansible server, and this is my RHEL server. I am logging onto my Amazon server now. For Amazon server as well, username is EC2-user. Let's become a root because we need to set up the hostname. va/etc hostname. Here I am removing the default one and naming it as a Amazon managed node. Okay. Usually in the real time it won't be like this. It will be something like web server, app server, or DB server. But for lab practice purpose we are doing it. At the same time, I'm setting it up for temporary purpose. Amazon managed node. Okay, so this is updated. Next, we need to create a user. User add ANS admin and set up the password for ANS admin. ANS admin at 123. ANS admin at 123. Okay, if you see, I'm using same password across the environment. Next, we need to add this user to sudo's file. Vi sudo shift G and ANS admin and save it. So we have added this user to ANS admin. One last thing, that is sshd underscore config. Here we should update password based authentication from no to yes. Okay, I am uncommenting this one and comment this one. That's it. Our system is ready. Now IPADDR, I'm taking the IP address of this system. Oops, one last thing we should do, that is we need to reload the SSHD. Otherwise, still users cannot able to log in. So service SSHD reload. Okay. Now let me add this one to our hosts file. Let me switch back to ANS admin user. Okay. As I said, we are going to manage our own hosts file. Let's go to OPT Ansible. From now onwards, I'm going to do all my tasks over there. So let me create a new hosts file here. I will create groups as well. I will create a web servers and app servers and DB servers. Okay, just for see how groups works. So I'm adding my Amazon Linux server under app servers. Similar way, I will take the IP address of RHL server. So RHL server IP address I have added under web servers, and I will add Ubuntu server IP address under DB servers. Okay, let it be open. Meantime, I'm going to gather the IP address of Ubuntu system. So let's connect to Ubuntu system now. Session SSH. So I have loaded keep it. Next, for Ubuntu server, username is Ubuntu. Okay, if you have any confusion, what you can do, you can go to the connect and it will give the information. If you come down here, ssh-i ansible.pem Ubuntu. This is how we can connect from the Linux systems. From Linux systems, we don't need mobile exterm. Only you need to provide the path of your ansible.pem file and we can connect to the system. But whenever it comes to the Amazon Linux or RHL Linux, it is easy to minus user. Alright. So let's go back. Open. Okay, so this is Ubuntu system and we have logged in as a Ubuntu user. Let me become a root. Clear the screen. So first thing, I'm setting up the host name vi/etc host name, and I'm going to give Ubuntu managed node. Okay, similar way, host name Ubuntu managed node sudo su minus. Okay, next we should create a user add ANS admin, but In Ubuntu system, what will happen whenever you are creating a user, it won't create the home directory. Usually /home ANSadmin directory get creates, but here it won't create. That is the reason we need to add home directory also for the Ubuntu user. For that we can use -d option. So D stands for directory. It is going to create a new directory, that is /home/ANSadmin. Okay. User created. Let's set up the password. ANSadmin at 123. ANSadmin at 123. Alright. Now we'll just switch back to ANSadmin and see whether it has home directory or not. Okay, it is not yet set up. Let me see whether home directory is created or not. Okay, it's not created. Okay, alright, I just validated. So we should use -m option. So let's create user with -m. User del ANSadmin. I'm deleting user. User add -m -d /home/ANSadmin and ANSadmin. Okay. So let's check for this one. This time, yes, ANSadmin user has been created with home directory. Let's switch back. Sorry. Let's switch back to ANSadmin user. And if I see pwd, I have home directory. Why we need home directory? Because the SSH keys get copied into /home ANSadmin. If this home directory doesn't exist, it creates a problem. That is the reason we should have the home directory of /home/ANSadmin. Now I'm copying the IP address and I will keep it under DB. So let it be. Now under web servers, I'm also adding the Amazon Linux server as well. We have two servers under web servers, one server under app servers, one server under DB server, right? And one server can be part of multiple groups. That is the reason I have added my Amazon Linux server to web server group as well. Let's save this one. Now before using it, we need to copy our SSH keys. So yes, I have done here user ID creation only. Next thing, we need to add this user to sudoers file. So let's come down. So this is little differ. ANSadmin. I'm going to copy the same entry from here. cat/etc sudoers. So we have given ANSadmin all is equal to all, no password. Because we should give the no password, otherwise it is going to ask for password while we are logging in. Now write out for that Control O, enter, then Control X to exit. I have added sudoers file. Next, va/etc sshd _config. Here we need to enable password authentication. You can see it is little differ. Password authentication is there. Only one entry is there. This is no to. I'm changing it to yes. Alright, everything is done. Now service sshd reload. Okay, we have reloaded our service. That's it. Now we are enabling passwordless authentication between newly created servers. That is this one. So SSH copy ID, this server name. Yes, I want to log in. First time we need to log in with the password. That is the reason we have enabled password based authentication. ANSadmin at 123. Similar way, SSH copy ID, yes, ANS admin at 123. Permission denied. Okay, password might not set up. Password PSSWD ANS admin at 123 ANS admin at 123. Oops. ANS admin at 123 ANS admin at 123. Now we have set up correctly, and ANS admin at 123. Okay, it has been copied onto this system. Now one last test we are going to do. Let me open the hosts file. I will try to SSH to this system without password. I should able to log in. Yes. Next I am going to connect to this system as well. Yes, here also I can able to log in, and we can run Ansible all. I am pinging all the systems -m ping, but I am going to give the explicit hosts file, nothing but in our current location, whatever hosts file is there, take that inventory, and it should ping 3 systems. You can see here it is pinging 3 systems. Okay, it means that it could able to reach to all these systems. That's all for this lecture. In next video we are going to execute our first Ansible playbook on remaining 2 servers as well. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to run our first Ansible playbook on remaining 2 servers as well. If you do remember, we have created a file called createusers.yml, right? So let me open this file. Okay, so we are trying to create a user called John over here, and this user doesn't exist on our Amazon Linux system. So here last user is ANS admin. Similar way, if I go and check here also last user is ANS admin. Now we are going to execute this Ansible playbook. Whenever we execute this Ansible playbook, it should be successful on 2 systems. One system it is going to ignore, that is 140, because it is already there. Let's execute Ansible playbook -i. Why should we need to provide -i? Because I want to create it on the servers which we are having in our current location inventory file. So I am providing my hosts file followed by create user. Let's execute. You can see here tasks, it has been changed on 2 systems. Changed nothing but it has been created user. OK means it is already there. This is the advantage of Ansible. If the target system is at a desired level, it is not going to change anything. But if the target system is not at a desired level, it is going to change it. Okay, let's go and see. So both the locations, a user called John is available. Okay, but if you want to do the same thing on shell script, you need to write a little bigger code. Now let's understand our Ansible playbook output. If you see here, it is running the playbook on all nodes. Okay, on which nodes? It is running on all nodes. So next one is, we have added only one task so far in our playbook, but you can see here it is running 2 tasks. If you see here, number of tasks 2 it has ran, both are okay, nothing but successful, but among those one has been changed. Next, this also one has been changed, and this system both has executed, nothing has been changed. And if you see here, this gather facts, so gather facts is equal to setup command, nothing but it is going to pull the target system related information. It is going to gather by using the gather facts. Okay, this is the default task which executes on every playbook. And if you see here, OK means it is gathering the information. So you can see always it is okay. Then task. So which task we are running? Next one, that is user task. And whenever there is any change, it will come in yellow color. If there is no change, it comes in green color. And if it is changed, you can see the changed. And if it is fine, it is just okay. Next one is play recap, list of the servers which belongs to all. These are the list of the servers which are available in the current host file. And you can see here, okay means number of playbooks are executed, all are fine. Out of them, one has been modified on the target system. Unreachable is 0, failed or 0, skippable, rescued, ignored. Okay, all this information will be there. According to the output, we will take appropriate decision. Now let's execute the same playbook again. Now we'll see what will happen. You can see all are okay, nothing but it is already executed and created this user, nothing to change. So just okay, changed 0. So it is not going to change the target system. All right. Now we are going to modify our Ansible playbook little bit, because you can see the task. It is just saying that task I am executing user, but it doesn't have the clear information. For that purpose, we can add one more statement called name. Name is a statement which will display the information while running our Ansible playbook. Name is a statement which will display the information while running our playbook. Let's edit our Ansible playbook. Vi create user.yml. Let's add one more statement over here. So I am adding one more statement over here. It should be start from here. Okay, whenever you are starting a new statement, it should start with minus space name and creating user John. Okay, that is the statement. And this statement is for this module itself, so we need to remove it. So each module should have only one minus. If name statement is already there, user statement it doesn't get. Okay, now let's execute. This time you can see here, instead of user, it came as a creating user John. Creating user John. That is how we can make our Ansible output more readable. Okay. Now we can add in one more location, that is at the starting. Okay. Here also, wherever minus is there, there we can add name. This playbook is to create user. Okay. That's it. Now let me execute this playbook again. You can see here, earlier whenever you run the play, it was showing as a all, nothing but on all servers I am running the playbook. But this time this playbook is to create a user. Okay, it is giving the appropriate description while executing this particular task. That is how we can modify our Ansible output more readable, and it would be easy to understand. Okay, now we are going to modify one more change to our Ansible playbook. That is, you can see here user module, and if you are specifying your user module information, I mean to say attribute value in the same line, then you can use equal. But if you want to specify in the another line like this, okay, name like this you want to specify, but name is a attribute of user, so it will be starts from here, name John. Okay, this is how we can change it. If it is in new line, we should use the colon space. Let's save this one and execute it. You can see the same output, nothing will be changed. All right, now let me open the create user, and if we try to recap it, what we have done, you can add name statement wherever minus was specified earlier. So immediately to 3 minuses, you can specify the name statement, it will give the information about your playbook, what it is doing. And name, host, become, task, all these all are commanded to the same indentation. Okay. And whenever it comes to the tasks, so each task will starts with minus, so minus space. And if you want to give some description, then name again we can use. And this statement is not available, this minus will starts for user. But if this statement is available, you don't require the minus over here. So this is how we can do. This is one task. Again, if you want to create one more task, again it starts something like this, minus space. It treats as a different task. All right. And next thing, if you are specifying your attribute value in the same line of your module statement, then you can use equal. If you are using in a followed line, you can use the colon, but these attributes should have the proper indentation. Clear? That's all for this lecture, and see you in the next lecture. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to write Ansible playbook by using yum module. Let's do that one. I'm clearing the screen, and ls, so far we have created only one Ansible playbook. I'm going to create a new Ansible playbook, that is install packages.yml. Okay, install packages.yml, and it starts with 3 minuses followed by a single minus space. Name, I'm going to give name this playbook install packages. Okay, now hosts. Now whether I want to install on all hosts or only on specific hosts, that I can specify. So I would like to do it on only web servers. Okay, in web servers we have only 2 servers. Next, become true, because it is a installation. If you don't specify this one, your Ansible playbook cannot execute this one. Next, tasks. Under tasks, we are using minus name. So I'm naming my first task, install package. Okay, install package, and I'm using a module called yum. Okay, yum is a module. If you don't know which module you should use, you can go and check for Ansible module to install packages. You can see yum module manage packages, and if I open the first link itself, it takes us to module page, and you can scroll down. You can see the parameters, what and all parameters you can use for this specific module. And if you scroll down a little more, you can see how you can use this module. You can see a example, install the latest version of Apache, yum, name, httpd, state, latest. Okay, similar way you can see the other examples as well. Clear? Now let's see what and all parameters we can use. We should use name parameter for this one. If you scroll down here, yep, name, this is the parameter we are using. A package name or package specifier with the version like so and so, so and so. We can specify a package name. Next one is state. So state is another parameter. It is a choice of absent, installed, latest, present, removed. These are the options. So if we want to install, either we can use installed, latest or present. If we want to remove, either we can use absent or remove. Okay. So let's go and do this one. Now yum module, I'm specifying in the new line, then it should give the two spaces over here and name colon. I'm going to install Git. If you remember, we have already installed Git on only one system, that is RHEL server. Now we are going to do in another server, Amazon Linux server. Now name Git, Then state nothing but whether Git is installed or removed. So I would like to say that it should be installed or installed latest or present, whatever I need, I can use it. It should be installed. Save it. Now let's open our Ansible playbook. And if you see this one, I'm trying to install our packages on only web servers and become true. I have given a become true and name Git and installed. If I go and check in the Red Hat server, Git is already installed. But if I see on Amazon Linux server, Git is not installed. And same on Ubuntu also, but currently we are not installing on Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu it is already there. Okay, it comes by default I think. But anyway, we are not touching Ubuntu. Why we are not touching? If I open my hosts file, in the web servers, there is no Ubuntu server. Ubuntu server exists only on DB servers. Okay. And also Ubuntu server doesn't works with yum. That is the reason I'm not doing on Ubuntu server. We'll do it in a little later. Let's execute this Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook -i hosts. I'm explicitly specifying my hosts information and followed by install packages. Okay, it is gathering facts. It's fine. And you can see installing packages. In first system, it is already installed, so nothing to change. But in second system, it's installed. Now if I go and check for the Git, yes, you can see it is already installed now. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to remove the become true so that our Ansible playbook should not run. Now let's edit our file, install some other package. So here I'm commenting it out. I don't want to do with the root, and I want to install the tree. Okay, tree is already installed on RHL server. Now it is not available on Amazon Linux, but let's try this one. So Ansible playbook -i hosts install packages. Let's do this one now. I'm not running this Ansible playbook as a root user. So you can see here, this command has to be run under the root user. Even in this also, you need to be root to perform this command. Okay, now again I need to enable it. Instead of editing, I can supply this value from outside, that is with -b option. -b nothing but become. So let's execute this time, and it should be run as a root and install the packages on the target system. So on RHL server, no need because it is already there, and on Amazon Linux, it's installed. This is how we can supply become root statement from the Ansible command line. Alright, now I am going to do one last thing. If you see /etc Ansible hosts, okay, this is the default one, right? And also cat install packages, it is trying to install on the web servers group. Now let me execute this Ansible playbook without any hosts file. Now what will happen? It looks for the web servers in the default host file. Why? Because it is defined in the ansible.cfg, but there is no group called web servers. It cannot execute on any of these systems. Let's execute. You can see here, nothing can be done because could not match supplied host pattern, ignoring web servers, because it could not find web servers in this particular inventory file, so it just skipped. That's how Ansible playbooks does work. That's all for this lecture. In next video, we are going to see how to create a directory or file on the target system. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how to create a file or a directory on target system. For this purpose, I'm going to use a module called file. Assume that you don't know which module you should use. Then Go to browser and search for Ansible module, to create file. Okay, you can see here, you can see file module, manage files and file properties. Let me open this one. You can see the description, set attributes of files, symlinks or directories, and you can see parameters what you can use. And if you scroll down little bit, you can see the examples as well. Okay, so how can you create a file, or how can you change the ownership of a file, how can you create a directory, all this information is there. Okay, now we are going to create a file. Whenever you are creating a file, you should use the parameter called state, and it has these choices. Okay, absent, directory, file, hard link, touch, these are the options. If you want to create a file, you should use the touch. If you want to create a directory, we should use the directory. Fine. And the next thing is path. Path is where do you want to create this file. You can see here path, it is required. Where do you want to create your particular file, that you can specify over here. Now let's jump in and create a new Ansible playbook to create a file or directory. Alright, I'm creating a new file to create a file. For this, I'm going to use a va create underscore file.yml. Go to insert mode, 3 minuses and minus name. This playbook creates a file or directory. Then hosts, I'm going to give all, because creating a directory is common for either RHEL or Amazon or Ubuntu. So let's execute on all. Then become true. Okay, become true is not required for this case, but let it be. I want to show you one variation. Then tasks, I'm going to name it as a creating a file. Now which module we are using? That is file module. In file module, we are going to give the path, nothing but the file name which you want to create on the target system. I want to create under /home ANS admin, because here I have enough permission to create a file. Demo file. I am creating a file called demo file on the target system. So whenever you specify path, here you should give your file name or directory name as well. Otherwise, it will try to create a ANS admin as a file. Okay. Next, to create a file, we need to give the state, right? So state either touch or directory. If you are creating a directory, this is a file, so we should use touch. So touch, let's save this one, and cat create file.yml. You can see here we are creating on all servers. All servers, nothing but cat hosts which are there in this current location. Okay, this is how we can display. Another way is we can display with Ansible command as well. Ansible all -i hosts minus list hosts. This is a actual command to list out your host inventory. You can see here 3 hosts. It is going to display all the unique hosts information. Let's create a file. So Ansible playbook -i hosts create file.yml. Let me create it. So it's executing. Okay, all right, it's created successfully. Let's go onto RHEL server. I'm already on Ansible home directory. ls, if I give demo file, similar way here also ls. I'm already on target location. Here also ls. Okay, everywhere demo file is created. Now I am going to show you one more thing. ls -l, ls -l, ls -l. Okay, you can see here this demo file has been created by root user. user also root, group also root. And if you see here, same thing, it is owned by root. If you see here also it is owned by root. Why? Because while creating our Ansible playbook, we have specified become true. Become true means what will happen? First, I will log into target system as a ANS admin. Then I will become a root. Then I can execute this particular command or module. If I don't specify this one, I will create a file as a ANS admin user itself. Let's comment this become true and create one more file. Okay, let's create a directory. Anyway, we have seen how to create a file. So I'm creating a directory dir1 and directory. Okay, directory. But I want to create it without become true. So I have commented it out, and while commenting, it doesn't take the indentation. It may be anywhere, just it should be commented out. Now let's execute the same Ansible playbook on same hosts. You can see here it has been created. Now if I see ls-l, dir1 has been created but as a ANS admin. Why? Because it doesn't converted as a root user to execute this Ansible playbook. Alright, sorry, ls-l. Okay, this is how we can create files or directories on target system. Now I don't want to these two files. I can remove it. So to remove, I just need to specify the, instead of state directory, I can give the absent. Okay, let's execute it again. It has been changed, and if I go and check, it has been removed now. Clear? So that is how file module does work. Thanks for watching this video. In next video, we are going to see copy module. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how to use a copy module. So copy module usually useful to copy a file from one location to another location or one server to another server. So in this case, we are going to copy a file from our Ansible master node to target system. So before start writing our Ansible playbook, let's go and see what we can do with the copy module. This is the copy module on Ansible documentation. The copy module copies a file from the local or remote mission to a location on the remote mission. Okay, and if we go to little bit down, you can see the parameters, what and all parameters we can use. Dest, nothing but destination. Onto which location do you want to copy? This must be available. And also we should have source. Before going to the source, you can see group if you would like to change the group. Mode, nothing but permission. Owner, ownership. And src, nothing but where is the source file is exist. So all this information we should provide, and if we scroll down a little bit, we can see the example. Copy a file with owner and permission, copy source, destination, and also owner, group, and mode. So this is one of the example, and few other examples we have. Anyway, let's go and create a Ansible playbook to copy a file. So first I'm going to create a file called index.html, which I'm going to use in my later classes. So index.html, I'm just going to name it as a h1 Ansible playbook to copy a file. Okay, just I'm giving some content over here. Then we'll write a playbook Ansible, vi copy underscore file.yml. So 3 minus s, then minus name, Ansible playbook to copy a file. Hosts, I'm going to do it on all. Then become true. Actually, to copy a file, you don't require to become a true. But if you are changing the ownership of your file, yes, of course, you should execute those commands as a root user. That is the reason I'm using become true. Tasks. So the task is name, copy a file, and module name copy. And copy module requires src. So source, we have created a file under opt ansible index.html, right? Then destination, where do you want to copy? I want to copy it onto /home ANS admin home directory only. Then mode, nothing but while copying, what are the permissions do you want to give? I just want to give 0600. Then owner nothing but, do you want to change the owner of this file? Yes, I want to give it to the John. Okay, John user is already exist, so we can give it. So if you don't need owner's change, then you don't require the become true. So let's save this file, and Ansible playbook -i hosts copy a file. Okay, if I execute this one, it is going to actually create a file on the target system. But you just would like to check whether it is working fine or not. So check, usually just check whether the playbook going to work fine or not. So let's execute. See here, changed nothing but it is going to change it, but it is not actually changed. So if you see here, ls only demo file is there. Here also we are already in Ansible home directory, ls demo file only, ls demo file only. Now one more command is there just to check your syntax. Syntax check is the another command which is going to check your syntax. Okay, syntax check. Syntax spelling itself is wrong. Alright, so syntax check. It is going to check the syntax. Let me modify my file. So I'm just removed one extra space over here, and if I try to execute this one, it is going to throw an error that it is not at the right indentation. So let's execute now this playbook. So let's modify this file, and I save this file, and let's execute this playbook actually. Alright, this has been updated, and if I go and check this time, I can see the index.html, and you can see the permission. It is 600, and it is owned by John. Same thing over here as well, and here as well. So that is how we can copy a file onto target system by using the copy module. Thanks for watching this lecture, and see you in the next lecture. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how to install Apache on managed nodes. And also we are going to see how we can run more than one task from a single playbook. For this, I am going to use existing playbook called install packages.yml. If I open this one, you can see it is installing a package. Same thing I want to do for the Apache as well. So let me copy this one onto install httpd.yml. Now let me edit this file. install httpd.yml. So here instead of tree we are going to use http. We are going to use httpd. So state installed. So this is to install the httpd service. Once we install httpd, then we need to start the httpd service, right? So to start the service, we are having a module called service. We can go and search for that. So Ansible module to start a service. So you can see a module called service we have. Ansible documentation, let's open it. Alright, if you see here, name, it is required. So the name of the service we should provide, and state whether reloaded, restarted, started, stopped. This is the information, and examples. To start HTTPD service, this is the one we should use. Let's use the same thing. So to add another task, as I said, if you are adding more than one task, so task should be start from the same alignment. So name I'm giving start HTTPD service. Start HTTPD service, and module is service. What is the name of the service? HTTPD. State started. Okay, started is the state, and the name also I'm going to change it to this playbook install HTTPD. Okay, so on web servers only I want to install it. Let's save this one. Let's open and see what is the content is there in that. So first what I am doing, I am becoming a, okay, I should become a root, otherwise it won't execute. Anyway, I'm going to give -b option, then install packages. So installing package, that is httpd, and install. Once it is installed, we are starting the service. And if you see the alignment, both are started at the same indentation. Next, these two also, task and module also in the same indentation like above task. And this is how you can define the modules. Right, now let's execute Ansible playbook -i hosts. Okay, each time if I don't want to give -i hosts, I can create a ansible.cfg file over here. Let me create it. So I'm creating a ansible.cfg. So inventory file I'm going to define over here. Before creating, let's see how we need to define. more/etc ansible.cfg. If I open this one, you can see this is what we are going to define. So let me copy this one, quit, clear the screen, vi ansible.cfg, and I'm just copying this content and uncomment this and go and change our hosts file. And please note that host file can be anything. It doesn't mean that it should be hosts. Okay, /opt ansible hosts. All right, so if I see here, we have Ansible hosts. Now if I run Ansible --version, you can see here Actually, it should take /etc Ansible, ansible.cfg, right? Default configuration. But in our current location, it found a new ansible.cfg file, so it treating this as a default one. And it takes all the values from this, and still it requires few other values. It go and gather from the default ansible.cfg file. Okay. If you see here become true, we haven't specified, so it go and validate over there. So become false over there, so you cannot run Ansible playbook as a root user. Now let's execute Ansible playbook. I'm not giving any hosts file because it's already updated over here. It is going to take this ansible.cfg file. Then I want to do only on web servers. Yes, of course it happens. Then install httpd -b, because become true we have commented it out. Let me show. I'm not executing it. Cancelled it. Install httpd.yml. You can see here this playbook install httpd and on web servers only, and become true is commented it out. That is the reason I am giving -b option. Let's execute this one. So whenever we execute, it should install httpd on the target system and start the service. Let me go and see my ps-ef grep httpd. You can see nothing is running. Similar way. Okay. So none of these systems it's running. Anyway, on Ubuntu system we are not going to install. So here it is also not running. Here also not running. Okay, clear. Let's execute it. And also we can check the rpm-qa grep httpd. It tells you that whether httpd packages are installed or not. Seems it's installed just now. Even here also few would be there by default. On top of that one, it installs additional one. So I think it is successful over there. No, it's failed. Unsupported patterns. System D start. Okay, installation is successful. Starting. Sorry, this is not start. This is state. Okay, there is a typo. Let's edit this. va install httpd. So this is not start state. It is started. So currently packages has been installed. Second task is not successful. Let me rerun it, and this time it will just show you as a OK because it's already installed. Alright, it is installed and this also started. Now if I check for the service, it's running. Even on this system also it's running. So now we can access this from the browser. Let's go here and let's select RHEL. So I'm taking the public DNS, and make sure that port number 80 is opened at the security group level. While creating this security group, we have opened that port. So let me give this one. So port number 80, yes, RHEL Enterprise. Similar way, if I try on Amazon managed system, there also you can access it. Okay, test page, it is on Amazon Linux and this is on RHEL server. If I try to do same on Ubuntu system, it doesn't work because currently we haven't installed on this one. It won't work because it is not up and running. I'm going to show you in next couple of lectures how we can install on this system as well. So now let's go back and we are going to remove these packages. So to remove, I'm going to clear. First we need to stop the services, then remove. Okay, it is reverse order, right? So let's open this file. Now I'm going to copy this file because we want to remove it, right? Uninstall. I can name it as a uninstall httpd. Now edit this file according to that. So this playbook uninstalls httpd on web servers. Let me enable the become true. So I have enabled, and first we need to give the service. Okay, so let me remove this and add it in the down. So first name, stop HTTPD service, and this is stopped. Next task is name uninstall HTTPD yum, then name HTTPD state removed. Okay, removed is the option to remove it or uninstall it. So let's execute Ansible playbook uninstalled underscore HTTPD minus minus check. I'm just checking it out. Okay, it is going to stop and it removes. So I'm running this playbook. Once it is executed, we cannot see the packages over there, and service also in stopped state. So it stopped the HTTPD service, uninstalling the package. Let's try to check the service first. It's not running. And if I check the packages, you can see earlier it was having 4 packages. So this package has been removed. Same thing over here. If I check, service has been stopped, and if I check for the package, this package has been removed. Yep, this package has been removed. So that is how we can remove the services. And if I go and refresh pages now, it won't work. And this also, both are not working. Okay, this also, it's not working. Clear? So that is how we can install or uninstall packages by using Ansible. We are going to work with HTTPD more in the further lectures as well. That's all for this lecture, and see you in the next lecture. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how to install Apache on Ubuntu system. In previous lecture, we have installed Apache on RHEL and Amazon Linux because both the systems runs with yum command. But to install on Ubuntu system, we cannot use yum module. Yum is not identified. Usually we use apt install package name. Okay, so apt install git. This is how we can do, but anyway git is already installed. You cannot see. Similar way to install Apache or HTTPD, apt install Apache 2. You should not use the HTTPD because it doesn't work. I am not installing it. Similar way to start the service, we should use the service Apache 2 start. Okay, let's write Ansible playbook according to that. Now I am writing install Apache 2.yml. I'm just naming it as Apache 2 because we are installing on Ubuntu system. It starts with 3 minuses, minus name, install Apache 2 on Ubuntu server. Then hosts. This time I cannot mention all hosts. I will give the DB servers because in DB servers we have only Ubuntu system. Then become true because we should install the Apache packages. Tasks minus name install Apache 2. The module name is apt. Okay, so to install on Apache, apt is the module. We can just check Ansible module. So I'm searching Ansible module to install on Apache. You can see here apt. apt is the module to install Apache on Ubuntu. And if I scroll down, you can see the example as well. Install Apache HTTPD. So name Apache 2 and state present. State is optional for this one. All right. So let's do that one. apt name Apache 2 state present. present or installed also we can do. If you want to check this value, valued value, you can go and check it over here. State, you can see here absent, build, latest, present, fixed. Okay. If we don't specify, it will be present. We cannot use the installed over here. Okay. Then we need to start the service, right? So to start the service, name, start, Apache 2. So to start, we are going to use the service module again. Name, Apache 2, state, started. Okay. Apache 2 started. Let's save this file and Ansible playbook. I no need to give hosts file because under ansible.cfg I have already configured. Ansible playbook, install apache 2.yml -- check. I'm just checking it out. Okay, everything looks fine. Let's execute it. So it is going to install Apache 2. And also I can check for the service over here. Apache 2. So it started, means this job has been completed. Alright, so job is successful. And the services, let me check it out. So services were running. Maybe my Ansible server is a little slow to display the output. But anyway, go and check over here. This is our Apache server IP address. 38 ends with 38. Let me check it out. Yep, this is Ubuntu system. Yep. Let me refresh it. This time, yep, you can see Apache 2 is installed on this system. So that is how we can install Apache on Ubuntu system. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous lecture, we have seen how to install Apache on RHEL servers. In this lecture, we are going to talk about how we can use notify and handlers. I'm opening our install HTTPD file, and this is the file. And here we are installing the package and start the service. Assume that if you are not installing the package, if that is the case, you cannot start the service as well, right? And also your target server is already installed and up and running with HTTPD, then you should not install it. Or in this case, I need to skip my next tasks itself. So how can we do that one? So this can be possible by using the notify and handlers we are going to do over here. So let's open this file and let me become true. Then I want to start my HTTPD service whenever this HTTPD is installed. If it is not installed, I don't want to start the service. For that case, I can use something like this. So I want to notify to start HTTPD service. Okay. So I want to notify start HTTPD service. Then it would be something like this. Handlers should start from here. Okay, handlers. Now I want to handle this situation. So how can I handle? I want to start the HTTPD service in case if this HTTPD is installed. If it is not installed, it won't execute this particular task. So registering the output into the notify in this one, and I am handling this one over here, and make sure that this and this should be same. Okay, it may be anything. It should not be a start HTTPD service or start Apache just like that. Okay, start Apache. But here also you should use the same start Apache. If you don't give, it cannot handle it. Okay. So what we are doing, we are just adding handler on top of our service module so that if this is executed, it is going to notify to start the Apache and it comes here and start the Apache over here. Alright. So let's save this file and let me open it one more time. Okay. Now let's execute Ansible playbook -i hosts. So I will provide the host's information all the time from now onwards so that you don't get confused, because you may feel that I'm running a Ansible playbook with the default host file. Okay, minus minus check. So you can check it out and you can see it is installing packages, and once it is installed it is going to start the handler. Alright, packages are already available, it won't handle it. So let's do this one without check. Alright, it has been installed. If I go and check in the browser, I could see that this is up and running. Yes, this is up and running. Okay, and also if you notify, first it installed packages and it's starting the service, Apache service. Now let's re-execute this playbook. If we re-execute, it is already installed. So if it is already installed, notify will not notify to handler to handle the situation, because no activity is happening on the abort task. So you should not do anything. You can see here installing packages, and it is not handling the situation because it is already installed. So that is the advantage of using the notify and handler. So handler can handle if your notify task is executed. If notify is not doing anything, it won't touch. That's all for this lecture. So in next lecture, we are going to see how to use when condition. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to talk about gathering facts. I'm going to take one of our Ansible playbook, that is create file.yml, and let me execute this Ansible playbook. Ansible playbook -i. I no need to specify the hosts anyway. So create file.yml. If you see here, we have specified only one task over here, but it is executing two tasks. It is executing two tasks. So as I discussed with you, gathering facts is the one of the additional task which is executing while running my Ansible playbook. So what exactly gathering facts is going to do? Usually gathering facts is going to retrieve the system information from your remote system. In our case, we have 3 managed nodes, right? So these 3 managed nodes information it is going to gather, then it is going to execute the task. But to delete a file or create a file, you don't require gather your system information. Why should you need to do? Then when it is going to useful? Whenever we are doing some installations on the target system, you want to check out what is the status of your current operating system, then you can do that one. So during the installations, gathering facts is going to perform major task. And if you do remember, we have executed a command called setup, right? So let me re-execute it. Ansible all -m setup. So here all means it is going to check in my current Ansible host file because I have created a ansible.cfg file over here. Alright, let me execute it. It is going to execute on 3 systems, whatever are there, and it give lot of information like IP addresses, volumes, CPU, memory, kernel versions, and operating system versions, and operating system families. All this information it is going to give. If you go little bit up, you can see a Ansible OS family parameter. Yes, you can see here Ansible OS family parameter is Debian. Ubuntu is a Debian family operating system, and node name also you can see Ubuntu managed node. Similar way, I'm going to other system. You can see lot of information collected from the Ubuntu system. Okay, from here. Okay, from here, whatever information we have seen just now, that is all belongs to Ubuntu. And this information here also you can see Ansible OS family. Yes, Ansible OS family is Red Hat and it is RHEL managed system. Similar way, if I go to Amazon Linux also Red Hat OS family system. So till here it is Red Hat server. Then I'm going up, and if I check for here, Ansible OS family, Red Hat is there. So little bit up. Oops. Okay, I came down. Anyway, so it gives the information, right? All this information has been collected by gathering facts command as well. That is the reason it is going to execute by default. Now you would like to disable your gathering facts. Then we can do that one. For that, I'm going to edit this file, vi create file.yml, but here we are removing actually. Okay, let me create it. State directory, because it is a directory, right? So what I am doing here, I'm creating a directory called dir1 on target systems, and I don't want to gather facts. Then we can specify something like this: gather underscore facts no. Okay, this is how we can do gather underscore facts no. It means don't gather the facts of this system. Let's execute. Okay, what it is doing, we don't mind. We just want to see it should execute only one task, not two tasks this time. You can see here, now directly it is executing task. It is creating a directory. Anyway, it's created. That's fine. But it's executed only one task. So this is how we can restrict gathering your facts. Now, why should we need to restrict gathering facts? Assume that your environment have around 100 plus systems. If you are collecting each system information from 100 systems, it will take little longer time to run your Ansible playbook. Moreover, if you are using that information, well and good. If you are not using, it's unnecessary. Okay? That's how we can use the gathering facts. Let me enable it again. So I will just comment it out. Gathering facts. Again, I am executing. This time you can see it is gathering facts and two tasks has been executed. All right. So that's all for this lecture. In next video, we are going to see when condition. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how when condition does work with our Ansible playbooks. If you do remember, we were trying to install Apache on RHEL servers as well as Ubuntu systems, but we have created two different files for the similar kind of task. It doesn't looks good, right? And also it is not good way of handling. So you should write single Ansible playbook. Depends upon your operating system. It should take a decision. Okay, whether should I need to run M or apt. This is possible by using a when condition. Let's open these files and create a single file out of this. These are the two files, right? So this is running on DB servers. This is running on web servers. Okay. So I'm creating a single file. Vi install Apache httpd. Okay, so in this one I'm going to copy this both the files output. So first one is this one. So next one is this one. So only tasks would be fine because remaining all information we don't need. So vi install Apache underscore httpd. Okay, so I just kept both the tasks in single playbook, and if you see the alignment also, I have copied as it is, so it won't throw any syntax error. Now if I run this playbook, what will happen? So these all tasks is going to execute on all the systems, but my requirement is whenever server is RHEL distribution, run these tasks. Whenever server is Debian distribution, run these tasks. For this purpose, so we were talking about Ansible OS family. Gathering facts is going to gather facts from the system. Now we are going to use that one. So to use this one, let me modify it. So instead of web servers, let's install on all the servers. Okay. Now become true and install package httpd. Here I need to use when. Okay. I want to use when condition when Ansible OS family. Okay, Ansible OS family is equal. So this is Red Hat. Alright, if Ansible OS family is Red Hat, then run this condition. When Ansible OS family is Red Hat, then run this condition. For time being, let's ignore the notify and handler as well, because it may create confusion. So this one I want to run only if Ansible OS family is equal to Red Hat. Similar way, even this also. And the alignment would be, this should start with equal to your module. So when Ansible OS family is Red Hat. Similar way, here Ansible OS family is Debian, right? Okay, Debian. Ansible OS family is Debian, and same is applicable over here as well. So what I'm doing, I'm just using one additional condition, that is when condition. So I would like to execute this one, depends upon the operating system distribution. So if it is Red Hat distribution, run yum command. If it is a Debian distribution, run apt command. Let's save this file and clear the screen. Let me open install Apache HTTPD, right? So you can see here, this is the file, looks good. Let's run Ansible playbook -i hosts install Apache HTTPD -- check. I'm just checking it out. And if you see the checking, you can clearly understand how it is going to run. Alright, you can see here, first it is gathering facts. Once it is gathered facts, it is going to install packages. First task is executing on only two systems, that is 135 and 140, because these are RHEL distribution, and on 43 it is skipping because it is a Ubuntu system, means Debian distribution. Similar way, starting the service also it is skipping over here. But whenever comes to here, so installing Apache, it is skipping these two systems and installing only on this system. Similar way here as well. But if you see, all are installed with the packages, that is the reason it is not going to change. So before executing this playbook, I'm going to execute uninstall packages. So Ansible playbook -i hosts uninstall package. It uninstalls only on RHEL distribution. I'm going to remove on Ubuntu. So service Apache 2 stop. So apt remove Apache 2. Okay, I'm removing the packages. Yes, let's uninstall. And if I check it again, this time it is going to successful on all the systems, nothing but going to change. So install Apache HTTPD I'm running. Okay, you can see here, first server it is skipping, but remaining servers changing. Alright, so let's install our Apache Tomcat. So just to check it out, if I refresh this one, it won't work because we have uninstalled. If I refresh this one also, it won't work. If I refresh this one also, it won't work. Once we executed this Ansible playbook, it should work. So let's execute. First it is installing HTTPD. Okay, instead of package I should use HTTPD. Anyway, it's installed on 140 and 135 and started the services, and it is installing Apache 2. It is skipping on these two systems and installed and started on Ubuntu system. Let's go and refresh now. You can see here it's working, and this also. Okay, this is how we can write Ansible playbook to execute, depends upon your operating system flavor. Now to test it out, we are going to disable the gather facts Apache HTTPD. So oops, I haven't given the .yml extension. That's okay. As I said, it is optional, just to make sure that what will happen if we disable gather facts. Gather underscore facts. Okay, I'm just changing gather facts no, and I'm also moving this one to appropriate naming convention .yml. Now let's execute this playbook with check, just to do with check, and you can see it is going to fail. Sorry, .yml, right? So you can see here what it is saying. The condition check Ansible OS family Red Hat failed. The error was error while evaluating the condition. So it cannot able to evaluate because gatherFacts is not giving any input for this particular value. Okay, so I'm going to add it back. I have deleted it and let's rerun now. This time it is going to work. You can see it is unreachable. Why? Because we immediately ran it. Now you can see this. It could able to do. Alright, so that is how we can able to run a single playbook depends upon the operating system. That's all for this lecture. Thanks for watching. See you in the next lecture. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to update our install apache httpd.yml file with further more tasks, and then we'll convert it as a Ansible role. Before doing that one, I'm going to remove my Apache services on all the systems. For that, we have created an uninstall_httpd.yml. I'm going to modify this one because we have done it for only RHEL. Let's do it for Ubuntu as well. So then I need to add the when condition, when Ansible OS family double equal to Red Hat. Okay, so this is what I want to do. Same thing over here. So I'm going to use when condition. Similar way, stop Apache 2 services. So then service name Apache 2 state stopped. Okay. Next, when condition, when Ansible OS family equal to Debian, right? So similar way, minus name uninstall Apache 2. So apt is the module, then name Apache 2 state removed. Okay, that's it. Let me save this file and let me test this file, Ansible playbook. Oh, yep, sorry, I need to add the OS family as well, right? So OS family Debian. So that's it. Ansible playbook -i hosts, then uninstall httpd --check. Let's validate it. So okay, it is working only on web servers, but we want to execute it on all systems. I mean to say Ubuntu as well. Let's change hosts to all. That's it. Let's execute it again. So it is working on all the systems. So value should be fixed, latest, present, removed. Okay. So absent. Okay. So to remove on Ubuntu system, it is absent. So again, I'm going to edit it. So instead of removed, we should do the absent. Okay. That's it. Let me re-execute it. Cool. It's working. And I'm removing it now. That's all for this lecture. In next video, we are going to update our Apache playbook. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to enhance our install Apache httpd.yml Ansible playbook. So what we are going to do is we have created a index.html file, right? We are going to copy this one onto var www.html location. If we copy this file onto var www.html location, so whenever we refresh our pages, we are going to get whatever content is there in that file. Before copying, let me modify this file, index.html file. I will just name it as a welcome to Apache Tomcat. Okay. Now I'm going to modify our Ansible playbook to copy this file onto target system. So just we can open this file and we are going to add new task and copy index.html. To copy a file, we are going to use a module called copyright, src source opt ansible index.html. And where do we want to copy? Destination we want to copy onto var www.html. And to do this one, we should have a root privileges. So anyway, we are doing with beacon, and mode we want to give read permission. So 666 I am giving, so that read and write would be there. That's it. And let's save this file. Now if I open this file, copying file is same irrespective of our operating system. That is the reason I am not using when condition. So let's execute it. Ansible playbook -i hosts install Apache httpd. Okay, and -- check just to validate. So already we have installed our Apache httpd, so you cannot see any changes excepting copying a file. Okay, so let's execute it. Before executing, I will just show you the index.html/var www.html under this one, html. So ls, there is no index file over here. If I go here also, clear cd var www.html, so no index file. So in Apache server as well, so ls -l, if I see here already a file is there. Okay, cat file. Okay, some content is there. Now let's execute this playbook. Okay, so if you see here, it has been copied. Now ls, you can see index.html, sudo cat index.html, because it is copied through root user, so that is the reason. Let me do ls over here, ls -l. Oh, okay, permission 0666 we should give. Let me edit it. So it should be 0666. Let me execute it again. Okay, now it has been copied properly. ls -l. Okay, read write here as well. Yep, sudo cat index.html, same content. And if we go here as well, okay, there was a other content, right? And if I do ls -l and index.html, whatever content was there, it is getting replaced. So always it is going to update the latest configuration. Now if I go and refresh my page, I could see this content. Welcome to Apache Tomcat. Same thing over here as well as here, right? So that is how we can copy our application file onto target system. That's all for this lecture. Thanks for watching and see you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to see how to install multiple packages with a single task. So far we are using a task to install only one package. If you see our Ansible playbooks, so we have a file called install packages.yml, and here we are installing only one package, that is tree. Let's take an example that I would like to install git, wget, telnet, gzip, all these packages with a single task. How to do that one I'm going to show you now. So let's edit this file. Usually in older version or this version also we use with items, but in updated versions with items is going to deprecated, so I don't recommend to use with items, but I will show you in the both the ways. The first way is just simple. We just need to add it as a list, remove this one over here and start with the braces, and we can specify whatever packages we want to install. So make I want to install, then GCC, then wget, telnet, okay, next gzip. All these packages I would like to install with one task. So this is how we can do, and save this file. Let's execute Ansible playbook -i hosts install packages .yml -- check. Okay, just we can check it out. It is installing packages. Alright, two servers, it is going to successful. Before executing, let's go and check whether these packages are there or not. rpm -qa. I'm just search for only one package, that is wget. So wget is not there. Same thing I'm doing over here. So here already wget is there. That's okay. Let me search for gzip. Gzip also there. Then make. Okay, so that is the advantage of using Amazon Linux. You will get almost all packages. GCC, I hope. Okay, this also there. Most of the packages are available over here. So here anyway we are not checking. Here anyway we are not installing. But if we want to check, apt list -- installed. Okay, this is the command to check it out. grep wget. If I check, it will tell you whether it is installed or not. Since it is there, wget, if I check, yes, it's there. Alright, so let's go back. Instead of check, let me install it. So it is going to install packages, requested packages on the target systems. Alright, both the systems it has been installed. Now if I go and check for the wget, we can see the package over here. Here anyway, most of the packages are there. Same thing we can achieve with items, but it is going to deprecated in our latest versions. So please try to avoid it, but just I will show you how we can use it. Let me comment this line because I don't want to remove it. I am going to add name over here. So name, instead of our package name, we should specify the with colon, flower braces, and we just need to specify the item and close it. Here we are trying to use like a variable. Usually in Ansible, variables are defined in such a way, quotes and flower braces. Within that we need to specify the variable. So same thing we are going to do, but variables I am going to discuss in the next session. Now we need to add the items, what and all you would like to install. So here we can specify with items. Okay, so here we should specify the items name, that is git. Like list we should specify make, then gcc, next wget, telnet, gzip. Okay, so this is how we can specify, and you can see this one alignment is not fine. It should be start here. Okay, so now everything is fine. Let's save this file and check the whether syntax is fine or not. Okay, something is missing in the alignment. So name, state, with items. So here there is a typo. It should be with items. That's it. Let's save this file and test it again. Okay, you can see here deprecation warning. It is saying that it is going to deprecate in the latest versions. That is version 2.11. This feature will be removed in the version 2.11. So even I would recommend you to use the only lists, don't use the with items. That's all for this lecture, and see you in the next lecture, and we'll talk about variables. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to talk about Ansible variables. There are various ways we can use Ansible variables, but I'm going to use few of the ways which most of the industry does use. Ansible variables can be defined within the Ansible playbook. So this is one of the way we can use. Then passing from the external files means we can define Ansible variables in the external file and call it in our playbook by referring that variable file. Passing from host inventory, we have created host inventory, right? Even there also we can define Ansible variables. And passing while running playbook. While running our Ansible playbook, we can still pass the variables using group vars or host vars and so on. We can use group vars, host vars while we are using Ansible roles. So these are the widely used or quite commonly used ways of the variables. We have a very good documentation about this on Ansible documents. Let's go and have a look. This is using variable, how we can use variable, and if I scroll down, they have explained why we need variable. While automation exists to make it easier to make things repeatable, all systems are not exactly alike. Some may require configuration that's slightly different from others. As you know, we are going to manage different kind of systems. Each system may not work similar way. So depends upon the systems, we need to take the appropriate decisions. In those cases, Ansible variables help us a lot. If we scroll down little bit, how we can define variables? Actually, we can define underscore, alphanumeric numbers also we can use. We should not use minus. So minus is not valid to use in variable. And also spaces, dots, only numeric numbers. So let's go and implement Ansible variables in our playbooks. So I have logged into my Ansible server. Let me become a ANS admin and clear the screen. And /opt Ansible, this is our working directory, and these are the files we have created. And if you do remember, we have created a file called createuser.yml. Okay, this is our first Ansible playbook, right? Now take this example. We are creating a user called John by using this playbook, but assume that in your team a new guy has joined. Now you would like to create his user. So again you need to go here and change his user ID. Not only this one, we may have multiple tasks, nothing but creating his home directory or generating keys. Lot of things we can do. All this stuff you would like to do with this one. Like this, if you hard code, it is quite difficult, and also if you are using the same value again and again in your playbook, you need to modify in all these locations whenever a new joinee comes into your team. To overcome this problem, we can use variables instead of hard coding values like this. I am going to use variables within the file and will replace this value with the variable. Okay. To do that one, let's edit this file. Here, I am going to create a variable called user. So let's create a variable. Usually, we can define variables with vars. Okay. And if you see the indentation, it should be equal to your hosts or tasks. Okay, vars, and I am creating a variable called user. So user is a variable and I am specifying value as a John. Okay. Now here instead of name I'm going to use user. Okay. Instead of name I can use user. But if I only give user, it will treat it as a user I want to create, and it creates a user with user. So there is a special way of defining variables in Ansible, that is we should specify in the flower braces, and this extra space in between flower braces and the variable name, it is optional. Okay, but this is the standard practice we can do. And another thing is, in the statement, this is the key and this is the value. This is the key and this is the value. So in a statement, your variable is the starting word of your value field, then you should specify that in the braces. Okay, like this, we need to keep it in the quotes. If we don't keep it in quotes, it throw an error. This is how we can define variable, but these quotes are needed only if we are specifying starting word of the value. Okay, if it is in between, okay, something like this, add user, and then your variable is coming, then it is optional. But this requires only user value. Let it like this and save this file. Ansible playbook -i hosts create user.yml. Let's execute. Anyway, this user we already created, nothing is going to do, but this is how we can do. Now assume that in our team a user called Modi is going to join. Now I don't need to change in all the tasks wherever it is specified, so I can just change in the variable value. So I would like to replace this one with Modi. Alright, let's save this file. Let's execute it now. Now it is going to create a user called Modi on all the systems. Yes. Let's go and check it out. So cat/etc password, you can see a user called Modi has been created. So similar way, cat etc password. Yes, Modi has been created. Same thing over here, cat etc password. Alright, so Modi user has been created. This is how we can use variables. Now, whenever there is a new user, we are modifying our Ansible playbook, right? But I don't want to modify our Ansible playbook. I would like to get this variable value from the external source. Means we can create a separate file, and from there we can pass this username. For that, I'm going to create a file called user.yml. And this can be any extension. There is no restriction. Here I'm going to give name. Modi user is already created. I'm going to give Tom. Okay. So now I need to tell to my playbook that variable is coming from this file, right? So let's modify our file, and we are not specifying any variable. So now it would be something like this. Vars_files. Okay, this is how we can define external file name, vars_files, and then file name. Our file name is user.yml. Now it is going to call user from external source, nothing but from the external file. Let's save this one, and we'll execute again. --check just to validate. Okay, so the task includes an option user is undefined anyway, because it is thinking that user is not passed, but it is already there. But the description is creating user John is there. Let me change it. So creating just user. Okay, or else, yep, we can do one more thing, that creating user. Okay, user. This is how we can define. Now you can see here I haven't specified any braces, but still it works. Now let me execute it again with check, and we can see the variation. Oh, I think I have specified. Okay, it's not name, it is user. So user, so that is the reason it is throwing an error. Let's execute now. Yes, you can see here creating user Tom, and it has been created, and we'll check it now. Yes, Tom is there. It has been created. Okay. All right. This is how we can pass a username from the external source. Now, or we can pass the variables while running our Ansible commands itself. Let's take the same example. Now, I'm going to pass while running my Ansible playbook. Please remember that while running your Ansible command, if you pass any variables, those have highest priority. Means wherever you have defined, all those are ignored, and whatever you are passing while running your Ansible playbook, that will be taken it as a variable value. So currently variable username Tom is there, but still I'm providing as a extra vars. This is the parameter we should use, or we can just use the -e. Okay, either way. So -e, what is the variable name? User, right? User equal to, I'm going to pass it as a Sonia. So let's see. It should create user called Sonia now. Yep, you can see creating user called Sonia, and it replaced. And if I go and check over here, here also you can see the same thing. Clear? As I said, while passing your variable through the command line, it will have the highest priority. Even we can do with the extra vars. Sorry, minus extra vars. So same I'm giving, but just to see, make sure that even extra vars also does work. All right. So this is how we can define. Apart from this, there are various ways even we can define in our inventory file as well. Whenever situation comes, I'm going to explain. That's all for this lecture, and see you in the next lecture. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture, I am going to show you how can we convert our shell or Unix commands into Ansible playbook. For this one, I have chosen Tomcat installation, which I have updated in my GitHub repository. This is my GitHub account. Here, I am logging into my Ansible repository. And here we have a file called Tomcat installation. So if you see here we have steps, Tomcat installation. So prerequisites are easy to instance. Anyway, we have client managed nodes, and we should install Java first, then download Tomcat from this URL, and this is the old version. Anyway, we are going to download latest version. Once we have downloaded, we can unzip it, then give execution permission to startup.sh and shutdown.sh. But anyway, we are going to use startup.sh. Then start the Tomcat services. Once it is started, we could able to access our application on port number 8080, which we have already opened at security group level. Let's jump into our Ansible server and create a Ansible playbook to set up Tomcat. So I'm creating a file name called setup tomcat.yml. So first step is we should install Java. Let's go to insert mode, 3-s, then name setup Tomcat. Then hosts all become true. Why? Because it is a installation and setup. Then tasks. So first task is we are installing Java, -name install Java. To install Java, we are going to use a module called yum, and followed by name Java state installed, right? And this is we are going to do only on Red Hat distribution servers. So then we should give Ansible, when condition, when Ansible OS family equal to Red Hat. All right. Similar way, we want to install Java on Ubuntu server as well. So to install Java on Ubuntu server, Java on Ubuntu, we should use default JDK. There is no package called Java in Ubuntu systems. So if we go to our Ubuntu system and check it out, so apt install Java, you cannot find the package, but we should use default JDK. So let's use this one, apt, next name, default JDK, and state, it should be present. It's not installed, right? Then when condition we should use, when Ansible OS family equal to Debian. So then we should use this one. So we have installed Java. Now we need to download Tomcat packages. To download Tomcat packages, we should use the similar command like wget. So name download Tomcat packages. Okay. So to download it, let's search for the module wget command in Ansible. If I give, so get URL is the Ansible documentation. If I open this one, and if we scroll down here, we have parameters, and we need a destination path where we would like to download, and also URL, nothing but from which URL we should download. And if we scroll down, this is what we need: get URL, and destination location. So let's do that one. Get underscore URL is the module, and URL. So we should get the URL. URL is available over here in Tomcat official website. If I scroll down, tar.gz, this is the URL we should copy. Copy link address and paste it. So now we have specified the URL. Next thing is, we need to specify the destination where we would like to copy. We would like to copy it onto /opt. So now it has been downloaded. And if you see here, it is going to download in tar.gz format. Now we need to extract it or untar it. So untar Apache packages. Okay. So to untar, we have a module called unarchive. Let's go and search for that. Ansible module to unzip. So we have a module called unarchive. If I open this one, we can see here. So destination, where do you like to unarchive this file? That is mandatory. And source, nothing but what is your archive file. And if we scroll down, yes, here we have examples. Let's take this example. So source and destination, and also we should specify remote SRC. Why we need remote SRC is, if we don't specify this one, it looks for the source, nothing but this tar file or zip file in the local system. I mean to say only in Ansible, but we are downloading it on the target system. Okay. So unarchive colon, next src. So source, it is available under opt. Once it is downloaded, so package name would be this one. So this is the downloaded package name. Then destination, where do you want to keep once it is extracted? It should be under /opt. Okay. So next, remote underscore src, it should be yes, means on remote server check for this particular packages. Once it is unarchived, we need to give execution permission to our files. So name, add execution permission on startup.sh file. Okay, we are giving execution permission. To give execution permission, we should use module called file. And path, where is the path? It is /opt, and this is the one, right? Once it is extracted, there won't be extension of tar.gz. Then under this one, we have a directory called bin. Under this, we have file called startup.sh. I will just show you our documentation. Here you can see. So execution permission would be on this one. We should give /bin/startup.sh. So this is the path. Next mode we should give. I'm giving 0777. Just I'm giving full permission on entire path. So we have given the permission. Next, once we have given permission, we would like to start the services, right? So name start Tomcat services. Okay, to start Tomcat services, we are going to use a module called shell. Okay, shell is a module which can start the shell scripts. So we can just search for shell module over here. Ansible module shell. If I give, you can see execute shell commands. It is like a command module. We can execute shell commands by using this one or scripts. Here we have parameters called chdir. Chdir is to change the directory path. We are going to use this one. And if you scroll down, you can see the commands. So this is how we are going to execute shell, and followed by our shell script, and args. We are going to switch to our particular directory. So to start our service, we should switch our directory, then we need to execute that particular script. Let's go back. So here our script name is startup.sh. This is the script, and we should provide the args to shift our directory. Chdir is the command to change our directory. So we need to switch to this directory before starting our script. And one last thing, that is, whenever we execute this particular command and if we come out, this script doesn't work. So to execute it in the background continuously, we are going to use nohub. Okay, nohub startup.sh. That's all for this script. Let's save this one, and let me open it to validate it. Cat setup tomcat.yml. Here if you see, first we are installing Java. So it is only on Red Hat because it is M module. Whenever it comes to the apt module, we are going to do on Debian operating system, nothing but Ubuntu. And downloading an archive and adding execution permission and running the script, it is common to irrespective of operating system flavors. So that is the reason I haven't added when condition. Now let's go and validate our target systems. So this is my RHEL server. If I go to OPT, I have only one folder, that is ANS admin. Similar way, if I go to OPT, here also there is no Tomcat folder. I'm going here as well. There is no Tomcat. Now let's execute our Ansible playbook. Once it is executed, we could see the Tomcat folder over here, and we can able to access the application from the browser. So Ansible playbook -i hosts and setup Tomcat -- check. I'm just validating my Ansible playbook. So installing Java. So maybe in Java is already there, but on Ubuntu system it is not there. Okay, it's failed. Why? Because this particular file is not there. But anyway, we haven't downloaded yet, so of course it is going to fail. Let's execute our Ansible playbook without check. Java installation on Ubuntu is successful. Then downloading the Tomcat packages. Once it is downloaded, we can see the Tomcat packages over there. So on 140 server it is success. Yes, you can see here. And here also we can see, yes. Here also we can see. So extracted here. Here not yet. You can see here. Here also extracted. And happened here as well. Oops. Failed to start the service. No hub, ignore output. Seems there is some problem while starting the service. Let me check my Ansible playbook. So args shell. Oops. No hub. I should give dot slash, right? Otherwise shell script doesn't get start. So let's save this one. We are executing now. Alright, now it has been started. And if I go and check for the services now, ps-ef grep tomcat, we could see the service is running. If I do same thing on remaining two servers, we could still see that it is running. Now let me access it from the browser. So I'm closing all these sessions and take the IP address of Amazon Linux system, and it runs on port number 8080. Okay, so we can just check 8080. Yes, it's running. Similar way on Ubuntu system. So it's running here as well. And one last server, that is RHEL. Here also it is running. Okay, so this is how we can convert our shell commands into Ansible playbook. Even you can try on your own shell commands or shell scripts to convert into Ansible playbook. That is how you can practice and learn Ansible quickly. Hope this video helps, and see you in the next lecture. Thanks for watching. Hello friends, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to talk about tags. So usually tags are useful if you want to segregate only specific tasks from your playbook. So how does it work? We are going to see. Install Apache httpd.yml. So if you open this file, you can see what exactly does it doing. It is installing the httpd on RHEL server, then starting the services. Similar way, installing the httpd on Apache and starting the services, then copying index.html file. Okay, so these are the activities we are doing. Okay, let's execute this playbook. You can see I'm executing this playbook, and anyway it's already installed, so it doesn't change anything. It is first installing packages, then starting Apache, and again installing Apache. This is on Ubuntu system, and starting Apache 2, then copying the file. So these are the tasks it is doing. So in my case, what I want to do, I just want to install packages. I don't want to start the service. Okay, either this task or this task should not be executed. In that case, we are going to modify our playbook by using tags. Let's take the file vi install apache underscore httpd.yml. So here I'm going to add tags that, so tags will start something like this, tags. Okay, I'm giving tag name as a install Apache. Okay, so this is the tag I'm giving to install Apache. Similar way I'm adding here as well, because we are installing Apache over here, right? So tags install Apache. Same way I'm going to give one more tag for this one. Here we are starting services, tags start Apache. Same tag I'm giving for while starting our services. So I have added two kind of tags. One is install Apache and another one is start Apache. Now if you come down here, we haven't specified any tag. So if you execute your playbook without tags, then only this particular task executes. If you are using any tag, it won't get executed. Okay, let's save this file. So let's execute this playbook. So if we execute, it won't consider tags. It's just execute as it is, how it was executed earlier. But If you want to restrict to execute only specific tasks, you can see installing and starting, installing, starting. So I don't want to start my Apache services. I just want to install. Then we can use this one with -- tags and followed by your tag name. So our tag name is to install Apache, install Apache. Okay, this is our tag, right? Let's execute now. This time it should not start our HTTPD service. Just to it is going to install packages. You can see here install packages and install packages. Similar way, I am restricting to just start the services, right? Start Apache. Okay. So start Apache, this is another one. Now it is not going to install packages. Directly it is going to start the Apache. You can see here. So these tasks are executed. That is how tags does work. You can restrict your place to only execute if this specific tag is available. Hope you understood how does it work. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lecture. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to talk about error handling. So usually while running Ansible, it executes all the tasks in the sequential. If it find any particular task is failed, it cannot proceed with further tasks. I mean to say, assume that I am installing HTTPD on one server and starting the service. And let's take an example. Installing HTTPD. First we are installing HTTPD, starting the service and copying the file. So in this case, installation is successful and you are trying to start the service is failed, then it cannot go further tasks. Okay. So to overcome this problem, we can use the ignore errors. Let's take our example. Install Apache httpd.yml. So earlier we were using with the tags. Let me remove the tags for time being. So let's take this example. First we are installing HTTPD on all the systems. Once it is done, we are starting the service. Then we are installing Apache on Ubuntu system and starting Apache on Ubuntu system and copying the file. Let's execute this playbook now. So Apache playbook I'm executing, and this time it is going to successful because there is no issues, and moreover it is already installed and started. Okay, I was testing it, so it started. It was not running on this system, so it's running. Now what we are going to do is I'm going to my RHEL server. In RHEL server I'm going to edit my /etc httpd conf/httpd.conf file. Okay, so we are editing this file and I'm just adding a line testing. Okay, so whenever you add something, if it is not readable by your HTTPD server, it is going to fail. So let's save this one and service HTTPD restart. If I do, you can see it is going to fail because I have added some additional lane which your Tomcat server cannot able to read. So now if I run the playbook again, you can see here installing is fine, but while starting on our server it has been failed. On 140 it has been failed. After that, if you see these two anyway, it is not testing on this system, and copying also it is not working. Let's take an example that even though some tasks are failed, you still would like to continue further. These kind of situations may come because it won't affect if some playbook fails. In those cases, we can use a parameter called ignore errors. Let's edit our Ansible playbook. So here what I am doing is I'm just adding ignore errors. So what I'm trying to say is ignore errors, yes. So by default it is no. Now we made it as a yes. What does it mean? That in case this task is not successful on any of the systems, please proceed further. That is the meaning of this. Let's save this one. Let's execute it. Oops. So maybe syntax would be wrong. Yep. It's typo. Okay, ignore errors. And let's execute now. We can see even though it is failing to start the service, still it will continue further. You can see here failing but ignoring. Okay, on 140 it is failing to start the service but still ignoring, and further if you see it is tested on this system as well, and it is tested on this system as well, and copying onto this system. Okay, that is how ignore errors does work. If we see previous output, okay, here it was not copying file and it was not testing while installing Apache on Ubuntu. So that is how we can handle our errors, and you can still see it is not showing as a failed because we are ignoring that error. But in the previous output we could see that it has been failed and only 2 tasks executed, right? So that is how we can handle our error. Let me set it back. So I'm just removing this line, and this time if I execute it again, it is not going to fail, so ignore errors doesn't get executed. Yes, started the service. That's it. So this is how we can use ignore errors. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In this section we are going to talk about Ansible Vault. Ansible Vault is a feature of Ansible that allows you to keep the sensitive data such as passwords or keys in encrypted files rather than as a plain text in playbooks or roles. So Ansible Vault is one of the feature of Ansible which will help us to protect our sensitive data. Sensitive data nothing but it may be a passwords or keys or some other information which you should not expose to others. Let's take an example that you would like to connect to your GitHub. But while connecting to your GitHub, either you need to provide username and password, or your keys should be passed to enable the passwordless authentication. In these kind of situations, we cannot keep our sensitive data within the playbook because we may need to share our playbook with others, which will create a problem. So to overcome these kind of problems, we are going to use Ansible Vault. This is one of the feature to encrypt our data while using Ansible. All your Vault commands starts with Ansible Vault. While running our playbooks, we use Ansible playbook, right? Similar way, Vault commands starts with Ansible Vault. We have few commands to encrypt our data, decrypt our data, view our data. Let's see what are those. Assume that you are creating a new file and you would like to encrypt your data. Then we can use Ansible Vault create. So this will help us to encrypt our data while creating our file. And also please remember that while using Ansible Vault, we need to protect our files with passwords. And we should remember those passwords. Otherwise, even we cannot able to open those files. So if you want to create your file with the encrypted format, then we can use create option. Next, view. View command is to see the data in the encrypted file. So in above step, we have created a file. Now I would like to see the data. Then we should use Ansible Vault view. Similar way, edit. We want to edit the file which we created in the first step. Then we cannot use the VI or some other medium to edit it. We should go with the Ansible Vault edit. If you open by cat or VI option, it will show as a encrypted format. It looks like a ASCII file. Then encrypt. Assume that you have created a file but it has some sensitive data. Now you would like to encrypt that file. Then we can use the encrypt option. This is to create a file with encrypted format. This is to convert your file into encrypted format. Next, decrypt. Decrypt is the option to convert your file as a normal file which is in the encrypted format. Assume that we have created a file in encrypted format. Now we are not keeping any sensitive data. We have updated our playbook. Now there is no sensitive data. Then there is no point of keeping it in encrypted format. So we can decrypt it. Even same thing applicable for the encrypted file. Okay, so these are the So these are the commands which we can use to encrypt and decrypt our data using Ansible Vault. Now, if we want to use this encrypted format file while running our Ansible playbook, we need to pass this password. But it won't ask for password directly. We need to use a option called ask vault pass. So this is the option we should use. Whenever we provide this option, it will prompt for password. If we provide that password, it takes that password and decrypt the file. And we have one more option, that is vault password file. So this will be helpful for us to pass the password through a file. We are going to see these two options. So let's jump into our Ansible server and check it out these commands. So I'm on my Ansible server and I have logged in as a ANS admin. Now I would like to create a file in encrypted format. Then we are going to use a command called Ansible Vault create. Okay, Ansible Vault create is a command to create a new file in encrypted format. I'm creating a file called vaultpass.yml. Let's create it. Now you can see here it is prompting for password. I am giving a password abc123. Again same abc123. A file has been opened in encrypted format. Now we can write our data. This is encrypted file. Okay. So just I'm giving some data. I wantedly giving a typo over here so that we can come and edit this file again. Let's save this one. And if you see, now there is a file called vaultpass.yml. Let's open this one. I'm using cat. So if you use cat, you cannot able to see the data. Why? Because it is in encrypted format. Now what is the command we should use to view the data? That is where Ansible vault view vaultpass.yml. Now you can see it is asking for password abc123 and you can see actual data. So this is how we can protect our sensitive data. So whoever knows this particular password, only they can able to view this data. Now assume that I want to modify this file because I have given the typo over here. In this case, we are going to use Ansible vault edit. Okay, this is the command followed by your file name. So this will help you to edit your file. Now this file has been opened in edited mode and I'm going to change it. So I'm just replacing my word. I'm just replacing it to encrypted and save this file. Now again, if I want to view, if I do cat, still I cannot able to see the data, but we have updated this file, right? So you can see this ASCII value has been changed. Okay. Now let me open this file again by using view command. So again, I could see the data. Clear? So this is how we can use. Now assume that it doesn't have any sensitive data. I would like to decrypt this file. Then we can use a command called Ansible vault decrypt followed by your file name. So it asks for password. What is the vault password? If you provide that password, it is going to decrypt. Now let me open this file with the cat. I can see the data. Now assume that again I have added some password. Let me add some password. vi vault password Ansible 123. Now I have kept some sensitive data in this file, and if I open this one, you can see it is having password Ansible 123. Now I would like to encrypt this file back. Then Ansible vault encrypt followed by your file name. Okay. So then again it asks for password, that is abc123 abc123. Now again it has been encrypted. Let me open this file now. You can see the data is encrypted now. To see, Ansible vault view followed by file name abc123. Okay, so this is how your Ansible vault does work. Usually whenever we encrypt any file, that password should be shared with the team because we don't know who is going to use that Ansible playbook. So we keep these passwords in a common location where our team get access. Okay, that is how Ansible Vault works. Thanks for watching this video and see you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In previous lecture we have seen how to use Ansible Vault commands. In this lecture we are going to write a Ansible playbook to use our Ansible Vault. So to demonstrate it better, I'm going to create a private repository in our GitHub account and we'll manage from there. Let's go to GitHub account. So this is my GitHub account. I'm going to create a new repository and repository name I'm going to give just Vault, and it is a private repository so that while cloning this repository we should provide credentials. I'm initializing the readme file as well. Create a repository. Now we can clone it by using this option git clone, and let's go here git clone, and if I do this one it will prompt for username and password. But if I use this URL in the Ansible playbook, I cannot provide the username and password. That is the reason in the URL itself we can provide the username and password. So to provide username and password in the URL, we can use username colon password at your URL name. Okay, this is the syntax to provide username and password with the git URL. So here our username is Yankils, and password, I have changed my password to Ansible 123 for time being to demonstrate this lab. So now I'm giving username and password in the URL, and if I clone it, it won't ask for password because it takes from here. Right now if I see here a directory called Vault, if I go inside, okay, nothing is there because we just initialized it. Okay, now let me create a file over here. Create a file. I'm creating a file called index.html because we are going to use it later, and h1 Ansible Vault testing, and close it. H1. Okay, I have created a file. Again, if you want to receive updates, git pull. Okay, so latest updates are going to come over here. Yes, you can see here index.html is there. Alright, so that is how we can clone our repository. Now let's write our Ansible playbook to clone the repository. Let me take this one and clear the screen. I'm going to write a file called Ansible vault.yml. Okay, this is my Ansible playbook, and minus name Ansible playbook to test Ansible Vault. Okay, and hosts all become true. Actually it is not necessary, just I'm giving so that we don't face any permission issues while doing something. And tasks. Okay, so we need to clone a repo. Okay, we need to use a module to clone a repository. We have a module called git. Let's go here, git module in Ansible. So if I go to git here, you can see the parameters, and the destination is mandatory. Where do you want to clone it? And the repo also required. So those two parameters we should provide. So we have few examples over here. If you see the example to download the repository, git module and followed by so and so. Okay, so let's go and do this one. So git module, and we need a repo, right? So we have the repository. This is my repository, and dest, where do you want to copy? On these target systems we would like to copy. I'm on ANS admin. Under ANS admin only I'm copying. So under ANS admin /opt ANS admin, under this I'm creating a test vault. Okay, we need to give a one directory name so that it creates this directory and clone this repository onto this directory. Okay, this is mandatory. So let's save this file, and if I see here, yes, everything looks good. Ansible playbook -i hosts and vault -- check, just validating my playbook. Okay, it looks good and it is going to clone. Let's execute without check. It has been cloned the repository, if you see here. Oops. So what is the path I have given? Okay, OPT Ansible I have given. Okay, let's go and see under OPT. Sorry, cd/opt. If I go to ANS admin, yep, here you can see the test vault. Okay, anyway, any location would be fine, but this is another location it created, and if I see, I can see the data. Similar way, if I go to cd/opt ANS admin test vault, and you can see the data. Same thing over here, ANS admin and test vault. I can see the data. So now what I'm going to do, I don't want to give my password over here, because if I give this playbook to everyone, they can understand my Git password, right? So to encrypt this one, I can encrypt entire file. But if I encrypt entire file, you don't know what tasks you are executing on this playbook. To overcome this one, if you remember, we have created a file called vaultpass.yml, right? Let me open this one. Ansible, it is in encrypted format, if you do remember from last class. Ansible vault, view, and password is abc123. So same password is available over here. Now why can't I use this file as my variable file and pass the variable over here? So I can replace this value with the password, so that password will be passed from here. So let's try that one. I'm clearing the screen. vi ansible vault, and here instead of using password, I'm going to use the variable. So variable starts with flower brackets and password and close with flower brackets. Now it is in between of your content, so you don't need to specify double quotes. Okay, actually if it is in the starting of this line, then you should specify under double quote, otherwise it is optional. Clear? So let me remove the double quote, I don't need it. If I go here, now I need to add the variable file as well, right? So to add variable file, vars underscore files, then we should use the variable name, that is vault pass.yml. This is our variable file. Let's save this one, and before executing, we'll remove on the target systems this particular repository, otherwise it is trying to create the same directory again. rm-rf test, sorry, this is root, right? Sudo rm-rf test vault. Same thing on other systems as well. So let me come out and remove it. It's not there. Even I have came out here. Now nothing is there, right? Let's execute. This time I'm passing my Ansible password from a encrypted file, right? Then we need to pass that password as well by using ask vault pass. Otherwise what will happen, this playbook is trying to get the variable, but variable file is encrypted, and this Ansible playbook cannot able to open that file. So to open that file, we are passing the Ansible password. So ask vault pass, and it asks for password abc123, and it's execute and clone the repository, right? Now if I go and check, yes, it's created now. Here also it's created, here also it's created, right? So that is how we can do. If we don't pass this one, you can just see what will happen. Yep, If you see here, attempting to decrypt, but no vault secret found. Means we are trying to decrypt password file, but we don't have any password. So this is how we can do. Now what I can do, I can update this vault pass file because somebody try to open, they cannot able to see until they know my vault password. Even I still able to provide my Git credentials in this playbook. So this is how we can use Ansible Vault to encrypt your data. One last thing we are going to test, that is I am going to keep password in one file. Sorry, VA pass.yml. So my vault password is ABC123. I'm just saving it. Now while executing my playbook, instead of providing password, I will just give the password file here. So vault password file. Okay, this is how we can pass the file, and our file name is pass.yml. In this we have vault password, and vault password is used to decrypt vault pass.yml file, right? So before executing this one, again I'm going to remove my test vault.yml. Okay, same thing on other two systems as well. So it's not there now, here as well, right? Let's execute this now. And I'm not providing password. Password is taking from this pass file to decrypt my vault pass file. Now again, if I do ls, now you can see the file similar way, and here as well. All right. So this is how we can use Ansible Vault in our playbooks. Thanks for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture we are going to talk about roles. I am on Ansible documentation where they have explained clearly creating reusable playbooks. There are two ways, that is including and importing, and roles. So we are talking about roles. Let's understand what is role and why we should go with role. If we go back to Ansible control node, we have written multiple playbooks. Okay, this is one of the playbook. You can see how many tasks are there, and it will continue to grow further if we are enhancing our Apache server. Same way will happen even for Tomcat playbook as well. So if you see setup tomcat.yml, where does it? Yep. If you see this file, you can see if we continue to enhance this playbook, it will be growing further. Whenever it is growing bigger, it will be quite difficult to manage. You will get confused or you lost control what you are doing on your playbook. To overcome this one, we can split our playbook into roles. So if we split, it would be very easy to understand your playbook. And also another advantage of using roles are reusability. You can reuse the same task in the other section as well, or other people can use your role. So those are the advantages. Let's go and see our Ansible definition, what they have given for roles. While it is possible to write a playbook in very large file, as I said, we can make it grow. You might start out learning playbooks in this way. Okay, so we have learned same way. Eventually you will want to reuse files and start to organize them. In Ansible, there are three ways to do this, that is include, imports, and roles. So we are talking about roles. So roles allows more than just tasks to be packaged together and can include variables, handlers, or even modules and other plugins, unlike includes and imports. So we don't use much about the includes and imports, so we are going to talk about roles in this training. So we can use those by using the Ansible Galaxy. So Ansible Galaxy contains the roles, which is predefined roles. We can take those roles and we can use. But Ansible Galaxy is not scope of this training. So I'm going to talk about roles itself. So here they're more talked about includes and imports. So let's go to roles. Okay, yep, this is the role space. Okay, I already opened, that's okay. So if you see here, this is role. While creating our role, we will get this structure. Please remember, role get this structure. So you will have a role, under role, you have these directories. Those are tasks, handlers, files, templates, wheres, defaults, meta. So let's create a role in our system as well. So I'm creating a role called HTTPD, because I'm going to convert this playbook into a role now. Okay. So let's create Ansible Galaxy init setup Apache. Okay. Setup Apache. This is the role I am creating. So Ansible Galaxy, what does it do? It is going to initialize a role. That role name is setup Apache, and it creates the directory structure so that we can easily understand. It has been created. See here, role setup Apache was created, and this is the directory. Let's go inside to this, and you can see multiple directories. I'm going to execute tree. So tree is not there. Yum install tree, sudo yum install tree. Yes. So let's clear the screen. Tree, if I do, you can see here, you will have a defaults. Under that, there is a main file. Files is there. Then handlers. Under that, main file is there. Meta, main file is there. Readme.md. Tasks, main file is there. Templates, tests, wheres. Okay, these are the default directories. First, defaults. Defaults nothing but assume that you are running your Ansible playbook, and your Ansible playbook requires some inputs to execute it. So while running your role, you need to provide that information, those variables. But sometimes you may not provide those variables. If you don't provide, it takes from the defaults. Okay, that is the advantage. So that is where defaults come into the picture. Anyway, while using our role, we will understand. Next, files. So files nothing but you would like to copy some files while running this role. For example, we are copying index.html onto target system. So now index.html, we can keep it under files. Next, handlers. Handlers nothing but if you are doing some task, okay, if the task is executed, then only you want to execute your next task. So that is where we have installed HTTPD. If HTTPD is installed, then only start the services. If it is not executed, don't do that one. Those handlers, we are going to keep it under this location. Then meta, it is kind of metadata. We don't use this. Readme about the information of your role. Next to tasks, this is the actual important one, and this is the mandatory directory for your role. You can remove all this, but tasks must be exist. So here we are going to keep all our tasks, installing HTTPD and how you can copy a file. All this information we are going to do. Then templates. Templates nothing but you need to copy some configuration files onto target systems, and it depends upon target system, you need to copy specific file. Okay, in those case, we are going to use template. Template and files both are similar, but file, it will copy as it is. But template, even you can use variables in the file, and according to the target system, these templates are copied onto target system. Next to tests, how you can test it, just to test whether your role is working fine or not by using some test inventory and test YML. Next to wheres, usually variables we can store it over here. Wheres and defaults looks similar, but defaults, if you don't specify any variable, it takes this value. But if you define wheres already, then it is going to ignore the defaults. That is all about how roles get created. And let's go and see the definitions of this one. You can see tasks contain the main list of tasks to be executed by role. And handlers contain handlers which may be used by this role or even whenever outside of the role. So defaults variable for this role. Wheres, other variables for this role. Files contains the files which can be deployed via this role. Templates contain templates which can be deployed via this role. Okay, meta defines some metadata for this role. So this is how it works. So I'm stopping over here. In next lecture, we are going to see how can we convert our Ansible playbook into a role. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to update our Apache httpd.yml file. We will add additional tasks and we'll see how we can use that for the roles. For that, I'm copying this file into my setup minus apache.yml. I'm creating a new file called setup.apache.yml. So let's copy it. And we are going to edit this file. So first thing is we are installing packages, right? So while installing, if we are installing, then only we want to start our Apache service. For that, if we remember, we have used a statement called notify and handler. So we are going to use that option over here now. Here we are going to add notify start Apache. Okay. So this is the notification and this is the handler. Okay. Now I can add handler over here. So handlers. So start Apache. So, but if I keep my handler over here, there is a problem because all these tasks are considered under handler and it won't get executed. That is the reason always please keep your handler at the end of the file. If you want to check, just let me save this file. And if I execute Ansible playbook -i hosts, okay. So if I do httpd --check, so I'm just checking it out. So you can just see what will happen. So it is installing httpd under handler section and start Apache. Okay. Remaining all tasks, it is going to ignore it. Okay. We are not expecting that one. Let's go and edit it. So we need to keep this one at the end. So let me copy this one and go end of the file and go to insert mode and copy your content. So I'm just copying it out. Now let's go and remove this one. This is no more needed. So let's delete it. Okay. So now here also we need handler because we are installing HTTPD service. So notify start Apache 2. Okay. And this should come under to handler. Let me copy it out and go to end of the line and again copy it. So just copy it. That's it. So we have handling the handlers. So let's remove this one. This is no need. Okay. So this is how we can change our file. So if you do remember, we have already done this one some time back. So we are first installing the HTTPD. If it is installing, then start the service by going here. Similar way, if we are installing HTTPD on Ubuntu, start the service. So now we'll execute it because we have removed it in our previous lecture. Ansible playbook -i hosts setup Apache, right? So apache.yml --check. So let's check out it. All right, it's working perfectly. Then install it. Seems there is some issue on RHEL server. Let me go and check it out. So this is RHEL service HTTPD status. It's failed because of some permission issue because it is accessing port number 8082 at the network level, which is not enabled at RHEL OS network level. To fix it quick, I'm just going to reinstall it. I was trying to change some other configuration on this server. Let me reinstall HTTPD. Remove HTTPD. Yes, I would like to remove it. And /httpd conf. Here we have okay rm-rf because these are not working properly. So rm-rf. So let me reinstall it. Install httpd. Yes, I would like to install. Okay, service install. Okay, sorry, service httpd start. Okay, this time it has been started. Okay, it's running. Cool. Now what we are going to do is we will access this one from the browser. Now we are going to access this one from the browser. Let's take the RHEL server URL. So it is running. Then Ubuntu. Then Ubuntu also it is running. Then Amazon Linux. Okay, here also it is running. So now if you see it is running on port number 80 nothing but you don't provide by default it access from the port number 80, but I would like to run it on port number 8081. For that we need to update our configuration. So here if you see there is a more/etc httpd conf httpd.conf file. If you see here in this there is a option called listen, right? In listen it is listening on port number 80. Similar way if I open here also /etc httpd conf httpd.conf file, you can see listen port number 80. So it is listening on port number 80. Similar way if we go here in this location cd/etc apache 2. In this we have a file called ports.conf. In this we have a listen option, that is port number 80. So it's listening on port number 80. Now we want to update this one with the port number 8081. For that we need to update our Ansible playbook. So setup apache.yml. So if you scroll down, okay, yes. So for that what I'm going to do, I'm going to search for a module for that. Ansible module to update a file. So we are just searching for update a file module and line in file. This is what I'm looking. So line in file if you go, so this will help us to replace some of the characters and these are the parameters and path is required. Anyway, if you scroll down for examples, you can see here. This is one of the example to replace enforcing SC Linux. So similar way, if you scroll down, you can see here, ensure the default Apache port number is 8080. So this is what we need, but instead of 8080, 8081, we are going to change it. And line in file. So what is the path? Path is /etc httpd conf httpd.conf. Regular expression. So it looks for this particular regular expression, listen. So it will go to the target system and looks for listen. Yes, here we have listen. So now it is going to remove that one and insert after. It removes this line and insert after this one, #listen. Nothing but here above line is #listen. After this one, it is going to insert. What it is going to insert? Listen port number 8081. So it removes the entire line which starts with listen and replace with this line. Okay, that is what we are expecting. Let's copy this one and go here, copy it. So I just need to update the alignment. This is here. So I'm changing it to 8081. Same over here. So 8081 and it works only for Red Hat servers, right? Because for Ubuntu it is again differ. So I'm just mentioning it as a when Ansible OS family is so and so. Okay, that is one thing. Another thing is whenever we update any configuration file, we should restart our services. So to restart again, I'm going to use the notify. So notify and restart Apache. So now I'm notifying it. This I need to again handle it, right? So go to under handlers. So here minus name restart Apache and Same thing, okay, service module we are going to use, then name httpd and state restarted. Okay, state restarted. So we are going to restart whenever we update our configuration. Same thing will applicable for Ubuntu also. So for Ubuntu also I'm going to write it -name, ensure the default port number is 8081 on Ubuntu. Okay, then line in file it is same. Next path, so path is here, it is pwd/etc apache slash file name is port.conf. So this is the file. Next regular expression, same thing, listen. Next insert after, so where we need to insert this one, if I go to this file I need to insert after this line, right? So I can copy entire line. So here I want to insert it. Then what is the line we want to insert? Listen on port number 8081, and then when it should execute when our Ansible OS family is Debian. Okay, then again notify restart Apache 2. I'm just giving 2 so that it would be easy, and I can handle this one over here. So let me copy this one. So to handle -name, so -name this one, and service, next name Apache 2, right, for this one, then state restarted. That's it. And we don't need to specify the when condition over here because it is going to execute when you say this one. Okay, so we can ignore this one even here as well. Okay, that's all for this one. Let's save this file and let me open it once again. So what I'm going to do, first I'm going to install the httpd and I will notify it, and install Apache 2, then copying the file. Next ensure this port has been replaced with 8081. Similar way here also 8081 whenever OS family. Okay, so all looks good for me. Let's test this one. Ansible playbook -i hosts setup apache.yml, right? -- check. We are just validating it. Okay, you can see here installation is skipping, but whenever we are updating the port number, it is changing. Whenever it is changing, it is going to restart the Apache. But you cannot see that starting the Apache is not there. Okay, so let's execute this playbook now. Once we have executed, we could see that our Apache is running on port number 8081 instead of 80. So copying and changing the port number. Okay, in RHEL, yes, there is a problem. Why? Because we need to enable at network level. So I'm skipping the RHEL for time being because it is more like OS related issue. So let's go and refresh our page. Now you can see it won't work on port number 80. Even this one also. Even this one as well. Okay. So nothing is working on port number 80. Among this 119 is RHEL. Anyway, RHEL doesn't work. So I'm not testing on this one, but here I'm going to test it out. 8081, right? Okay, one last thing, we need to enable this one in our security group level. So let's go and check it out. So inbound, I'm just updating it. So adding a rule. So 8081 to 8090. I'm adding around 10 ports, 8081 to 8090, because we are going to testing furthermore. So I have saved it. So let me execute it now. Yes, it is running on 8081. Now if I see 8081, this also it's working, right? But in RHL it won't work because it's not restarted. We need to do at the network level some configuration. So I'm just going to ignore this one. Now one last thing we are going to do, that is, again I'm editing setup apache.yml. If you see here, if I want to change port number 8081 to 8082 or some other port, again I need to edit all these locations. Instead of that one, what I am going to do, I am going to use a variable called port. There I will decide which port I should use. So I'm adding a variable here, vars. So variable name is port colon 8082. So I'm replacing 8082. So here I should come down. So let me give the spaces over here. So here instead of this one, I'm going to use port. So let me copy this one. So same thing I'm going to do over here as well. So just port, same thing over here, port. Okay, so this is how we can replace it. Let's save this one, and before executing I will just show you that whether it is modified or not through earlier playbook. So you can see, yes, listen port number 8081. Even if I do the cat of this one, you can see the 8081. Now if I execute this playbook again, this time it should change it to the 8082. Okay, so let's execute this one. And whenever it changes, it is going to restart the service. Okay, I don't want to reload. You can see here it is changing to 8082, and it is also handling the restart Apache. Anyway, RHL it is not working, and if I check it again, this time 8082 it would be there. So listen, yes, 8082, same thing over here. It's running on 8082. If I refresh these pages now, it won't work because 8081 it is not working. Let's change it to 8082. Yes, same thing over here. If I refresh, it doesn't work. So if I do 8082, it works. Okay, so that is how we can write our Ansible playbook. And if you see how big it is now, sorry. So if you see how big it is now, so it is too big. Okay, now it is not good to leave like this. That is the reason we are going to use Ansible roles. Okay, we'll see Ansible roles in our next lecture. Thanks for watching. See you there. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how can we convert our Ansible playbook into a role. First thing, why should we need to convert our Ansible playbook into a role? The thing is, if you are continue to write your Ansible playbook with multiple tasks, after some period of time, it will start creating a confusion. If we take our playbook itself, I am just opening with more. We have added multiple tasks where we are installing Apache on Red Hat as well as on Debian, and also copying index.html file, changing default port number, and ensuring that services are started or restarted whenever there are changes. So these all are the tasks we are doing with a single playbook, and if it is continue to grow, we can start getting confusion. To overcome this problem, we can split our tasks into different folders, depends upon the kind of activity what does it do, and we can manage it very easily. That is one thing. Second thing is, the major advantage with the role is reusability. Currently we are writing Ansible playbook to install Apache HTTPD. Assume that you want to do the same task for some other project. Now you don't need to write again a additional playbook or role for the same tasks. You can use the existing one. So that is the major advantage of using roles. If we do remember, we have created a role called setup Apache initially when we were testing. Now we are going to convert this Ansible playbook into a role. Okay. To do that one, I am going to open one more session for Ansible master node. I mean to say control node. Let me log in as a ANS admin and cd/opt Ansible and clear the screen. So if you see ls, I'm going inside to my role, and here tree dot, if I do, it is going to display the content in the tree structure. Here we have multiple folders, that is defaults, files, handlers, meta, readme, tasks, templates, tests, vars. So we'll convert our Ansible playbook into this one. And also if you see the naming conventions, it is quite generic. So defaults nothing but it contains default values. Handlers nothing but we can keep handlers over here. Meta, metadata, readme, information about this role. Tasks nothing but we are going to keep tasks over here. Templates, if we have templates and we want to copy according to the target system behavior, we can keep those files under templates. Tests, we can keep test inventory and test YML file and we can test it. Then vars, if you have variables, we can keep it over here. And I missed files. So if you would like to copy some files onto target system, we can keep under files. So this is the structure. And also if you see our playbook also contains some of this information. Okay, we'll copy our Ansible playbook. We'll copy that data into our Ansible role. So if you see here, hosts become all this stuff, you can just leave it for time being. And next parameter is vars. Nothing but we need to use this variable. So if I go here, we have a directory called vars. So under this one, we should copy. Let's edit it. Vars main.yml. So under this one, we should keep our variables. So I'm copying our variable port 8082. Let it be. Now go back. So we have copied our vars. Next thing is tasks. So these all are the tasks. We should copy these tasks into task section. While copying, we should not copy this header. We just need to copy all these tasks. So let's copy these. I'm copying first 3 tasks. Then remaining I will copy. So vi. Next one is tasks main.yml. And we have 2 more tasks. So let's go down. Yep. So here you can see the alignment. These tasks each task starts from the starting because we don't have any header section. So it should be like that. So it avoids some of the syntax errors, right? So we have copied tasks. Next thing, we need to copy index.html. So index.html file is available under /opt Ansible. We should copy this one onto files section. So let's copy that one. cp /opt Ansible index.html to files. So I have copied this file under files. Next comes to the handlers. So we need to copy all these handlers under handler section. So let's go here and vi handlers main.yml. Copying here. So that's it. Let's save this file. So we are using vars, tasks, files and handlers. We have splitted our Ansible playbook into this one. Now one last thing I'm going to do is I may or may not send my variables. That is the reason, in case if I miss it to send my variables, I need to give some default value. That is where you can update the defaults. In case your playbook needs some information, but if you don't provide that information, it is going to take from the defaults. In our case, we are using a variable called port. So I'm passing that one through the variables. If I am not passing that value through variables, then take the default values. So I'm going to define our default value like defaults main.yml. So going to insert mode, port. So in case if you are not providing your variable, then use the default port number as a 8080. Let's save this one. That's it. So total we are using 5 directories and we don't require meta. I'm removing this one, and also templates we don't have, and tests. Usually we never use tests. I'm removing all this stuff. In a role, tasks is mandatory, remaining all directories are optional. So that's all I can say. We have created it appropriately. You can see here, these all are anyway updated, but under files we have index.html. Now our role is ready. But how can we execute role? There is no new way. You just need to create a Ansible playbook. In the playbook, we should call the role. That is the only thing we should do. So let's go back, and I'm going to update the same playbook, that is setup apache.yml. Before updating, let me take the backup cp. I'm just going to give underscore backup. Now we will edit this one. So same file, what we need to do is we just need to remove all the content except first 3 lines. Oops. Okay. So this is the file. What we are doing, this playbook install httpd, then how it can install, I'm not going to write our playbook again. We just need to call roles. To call a role, we just need to give the roles and followed by your role name. What is our role name? I'm just going to get it from here. Setup Apache. That's it. You have created a role. Quite simple, right? Before executing, let me open it. So this is the one. Now before executing, we are going to uninstall our httpd from all these systems. So this is my RHEL server and Amazon Linux, then Ubuntu. So we are going to uninstall it. And if you do remember, in RHEL it was failing. So we should disable the SUSE Linux. For that, cat/etc SC Linux. So SC Linux, under this one we have a config file. Here we have an option called SC Linux. By default this value is in enforcing. We change it to disable. Once disabled, we should execute a set enforcing 0 so that it will work. Now my RHEL server is working fine, so there is no issue. Now let's go back and uninstall our httpd. So we have already written this Ansible playbook, right? So Ansible playbook -i hosts, uninstall httpd. Okay, it is stopped services on RHEL distributions and uninstalled on RHEL. Similar way, stopping Apache 2 and uninstalled. Cool. Now let's execute our Ansible role. This is the file, right? Clear the screen. Ansible playbook. Command is as it is. Hosts and our playbook name -- check. First I am validating it. Make sure that our playbook is fine. So it is not installed, so it is going to install it. Copying file, it is already there, right? So it won't copy. And if you see here, it is trying to check for the httpd.conf, but we have removed our configuration, right? So it doesn't work. Now let's execute this one without check. Now what will happen? It is going to install httpd. So before installing, let me check the services. httpd, and it is not running. And if I check same on Amazon Linux, here also it is not running. If I go to, this is Ubuntu system, right? So Apache 2. So here also it is not running. So I'm currently under /etc Apache. In this location, a file called ports.conf file get creates. Here the port number get updates. Now I'm going to access my servers from the browsers. So once the installations are successful and start the services, we could able to access our applications from the browser. So let's go back. First I'm taking RHEL server, go with the public DNS and port number is 8082, right? That is the one we are passing through variable. Then Amazon Linux I'm taking, so 8082. Here also it is not running. Okay, RHEL also it is not running. Here also it is not running. Let's go and access from Ubuntu. Okay, here also it is not running. Now let's execute it. So I'm going on to my Ansible master system. Let's execute it. Once it is executed, our HTTPD service should run on port number 8082, but default one is 80, right? We are changing through our Ansible playbook. And first it is installing packages, and on Ubuntu also it's installed. Copying index.html. In previous lecture we have already done that one, so it is not copying this time. And it is changing the port number to 8082, starting the service, and port number has been changed, right? So restarting the services. Now let's go and check it out. You can see it is running. Here also it is running, and here also it is running. Okay, now if I see the port number, it should be changed to 8082. Earlier it is 8088. Now here it is accessible from this system. Let me refresh to yes, here also fine, and here also fine. Okay, cool, right? Now to test it further, what I'm going to do is I will disable the port number from the vars file. Nothing but I don't pass the variable name. Whenever you don't pass variable name, it go and check for the variable in the defaults, and whatever value is there, that value it is going to take. So in our situation, the default value is 8080, right? Now I'm going to edit my vars main.yml. I'm just commenting it out my variable value. So now it should go and take the default port number. So let's execute it now. So this time it won't install it, but it's update the configuration. So that is the reason it should restart the service. You can see here it is not starting the service this time. It is restarting, and port number is changing to 8080. Okay, it's completed. Now if I go and check for the port number, you can check it over here. etc httpd conf httpd.conf, and you can just grep for listen. So here the port number get updates. It is updated with 8080. Same thing if I do over here, you can see the same thing. And here also it should be 8080 because it took the default one. And if I refresh this one, it won't work because now it is running on port number 8080. Let me change it to 8080. Yes, here also if I refresh, it won't work, and change it to 8080. Same case over here as well. So this is how we can provide default values while running your roles. Now one last check I'm doing, that is I'm going to pass my variables through extra vars. So minus extra vars. So port is equal to 8088 I'm giving. So if I give this one, this will have the highest priority. I will go and enable the vars as well. Even though you enable vars or if you have defaults, nothing will be taken if you provide your variable through Ansible command line or while running your Ansible playbook. Okay, now you can see here it's changed to 8088, and if I open this file 8088, same thing over here and same thing over here as well. Now it won't work on port number 8080. We should change it to the 8088. Alright. So that is how we can use our Ansible roles. So this is one of the example. It is up to your requirement how can you write your Ansible role, but this is the procedure. So it is quite simple. You need to divide and split your tasks according to the folders whatever is available. That's it. And Ansible can able to do all this stuff. You can see here it is running the setup Apache, right? So it knows that where I can get what. That is how it is designed. That's all for this lecture, and see you in the next lecture. Hello folks, welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to see how can we push our Ansible playbooks onto GitHub repository. The question is, if I am a DevOps engineer, should I need to learn all the Git commands, or do I really work with the Git? For this question, my answer would be mostly yes, because most of the DevOps engineers, they don't write application codes. But still, we are going to write some scripts or playbooks to automate our DevOps flow. It could be a Jenkins files or shell scripts or Ansible playbooks or Docker files. All these we are going to write as a files. And what will happen if the system where you kept all these files is corrupted? You lost your data, right? So to overcome this problem, we obviously going to push our code into the GitHub repository so that it is quite easy to retrieve. And also you may not be a single person in your team, right? Few other people also want to use your playbooks, or you might be working with others to develop some scripts. In those cases, you need to collaborate with them also. So you should have a knowledge of how to push your code or pull your code and update your code, all this stuff. So in my case, I just thought that it would be an added advantage. Now I would like to share all these playbooks with you because I assume that you are going to use this one. Now what is the source? That is where I'm going to push this code into the GitHub repository so that you can use it. To demonstrate this one, I'm going to create a new repository and I will push this code, and I'm going to share this repository information with you so you can access my playbooks. For that one, let me log into my GitHub repository. This is my GitHub account. I have 5 repositories. I can go and create a new repository. I'm naming it as a Ansible for beginners, and it is a public repository, and create a repository. Now I would like to push my code over here. To push my code, so these are the steps I should follow. Let me increase font size. So these are the steps I should follow to push my code onto this repository. I can create readme file. It is optional, but having a readme file is always better option. So I will create a readme file. Now we have an extra file, that is readme file. Go back. Initialize your repository. Whenever you do this one, it is going to create a local repo. So I'm creating a repository. And git add readme. Whenever you do, only readme file is going to get add. But in my case, I want to add all these playbooks. So then what we can do, git add dot, nothing but in current directory, whatever files are there, please add all those files. Okay, so I have added. Now I can see the git status. Okay, these all files has been added to my local repository. So far it is in local repository. Now I'm committing into my local repository. Git commit -m. Instead of first commit, I'm going to give it as a Ansible for beginners. Oops. So I need to provide my username and password because it is needed for identity. User email, I'm giving it as a. Then similar way, my name, that is git config global user dot name your Shankar. Now I can commit it. Alright, now I have committed into local repository. Earlier git add to add those into staging, and git commit is to commit into the local repository. Once it is committed into local repository, I need to push it into remote repository. To push it into remote repository, I need to tell that what is my remote repository. That is where I'm going to use this one. This will tell you that go into this GitHub repository. I have added my remote repository. Now I need to push this git push origin master. So I'm pushing my changes. So now I'm a unknown person, right? How it will allow to push it into that one? Where is the authentication model? That is the reason it is asking. So my username is Vayankils and password I'm providing. So once you have given the successful password, you can able to push your code onto your repository. Let me go here and refresh it now. You can see all our code is available. So please use these playbooks to practice, and you can write your own playbooks, or if you want to enhance these playbooks, please do that one. I will validate and merge those requests. That's all for this lecture, and see you in the next lecture. Congratulations! If you are watching this video, it means that you have successfully completed Ansible for DevOps Beginners and System Admins course. I strongly believe that you have enjoyed this learning journey with me. If you still have any suggestions or questions, please reach out to us through messages or comments. And we also available in Facebook and YouTube. You can reach out to us through these mediums. Addition to this, we have some exciting offers on our latest courses. You can find those details in the bonus lecture. Please do check out. Thank you so much to joining with us in this course. Happy learning.